that the full moon is occurring in, and excuse me, I'm going to also talk about the different planetary places and energies that are lending towards this moon, and which we should have been feeling since the last new moon 2 weeks ago. Okay? So that being said, let's get started. Now this full moon is happening in the sidereal sign of Aquarius in the nakshatra of Dhanishta. It's a very beneficial and positive full moon. Why is that? So for last full moon, the moon was with planet Saturn. And beyond that, Saturn had been aspecting all the major planets. So it was a very like heavy time, heavy, depressive, like sort of dark period, dark energy. Saturn was opposing the Sun, Saturn was opposing Mars, Saturn was opposing Mercury and Venus, and then the full moon with Saturn. Now this is happening with the beneficent planet of it's going to be a really close conjunction with planet Jupiter. That's going to bring us wisdom, knowledge, higher ethics, more forgiveness, thinking from a higher perspective, and a beneficial perspective. When the moon and Jupiter can join in Vedic astrology, it forms a very special yoga. It's called the Rajagya Yoga. And it is the combination of Vedic astrology. It forms a very special yoga. It's called the Rajagya Yoga. And it is the combination of royal yoga. It is the elephant and the tiger come together, right? So the eagleness, the strength. When the moon and Jupiter can join in Vedic astrology, it forms a very special yoga. It's called the Gajagya Yoga. And it is the combination of royal yoga. It is the elephant and the tiger coming together, right? So the regalness, the strength, the very positive influence of these two planets can fill our consciousness during this full moon. Now the sign it's occurring in is the sign of Aquarius, which is the sign of the people, it's the sign of the communities, it's the sign of our networks, it's the sign of humanity. And it also brings elevation to the people, to the public, to us as a global community. It's opposing the leader, right? Because we have Sun in the sign it rules. We have Sun in Leo, along with Mars and Mercury. So Sun in Leo is indicative of authority, of the king, of the leader. So there's definitely going to be some opposition from the mentality and from the information that we're getting, right? Because Jupiter will give us new information that will help to uplift our consciousness. It'll help us to realize things as a people, as a community, right? As a local community, which will oppose the agendas of the leaders, because that Sun in Leo also indicates our political leaders and what they want to initiate, right? So there's going to be some opposition going on there just by virtue of our minds and the Sun, right? The authority. Now Mars is with the Sun as well. and Mars is combust. So that can also show a lot of aggravation. It can show tension. Now Mars rules the armies of the nations, right? So there is the combustion happening. It can be, there can be some aggravation and conflict with authority. There can also be more heat waves, more fires, I'm sorry to say, more fevers, depending on what house these combinations fall in your chart. And so if you'd like to see where in your chart these combinations are happening, you can feel free to contact me at the email below, visionarybeta@gmail.com, and we can have a look at your reading, having a look using your own personal birth chart to see where these energies are at play for you. So getting back to the full moon. Now the full moon is occurring in a highly auspicious nakshatra. If you follow my channel, you understand what I mean when I speak about the nakshatras. But if you're new to my channel, in Vedic astrology, we use the sidereal system. Now, the sidereal system, sidereal means of the stars. And we use the 27 nakshatras, or fixed stars in the sky, which are tied to the zodiac sign, and very important in the motion of the moon, because they are considered to be the consorts of the moon. The moon moves through each and every one of these nakshatras, or fixed stars, as it goes around the zodiac belt in 1 month. Okay? So they're very important and very closely tied to the energy of the moon. And this full moon, the nakshatra, is the nakshatra of the Dhanishta. Now Dhan means wealth in Sanskrit. So Dhanishta literally means the wealth we want. Alright, so we are getting wisdom. Both Jupiter and Moon are in the Dhanishta nakshatra. So we are getting the wealth of wisdom, and because it's a full moon, we're getting the wealth of awareness. Okay? Now this nakshatra is symbolized. Well, it's ruled by the Vasus, which are the abundance. It's the deities of the abundance of the earth, the wealth, the abundance, right? And it's also symbolized by Shiva's drum, his Damaru, okay? And Shiva, Lord Shiva, is playing and beating the drum, which keeps the time of the universe while he does his cosmic dance, which is the Tandava. It is the dance of creation and destruction at the same time. So as he is beating his Damaru, and he is doing and performing the dance of creation and destruction, the cosmic Tandava. Most of you have seen this image of Lord Shiva dancing in the ring of fire, with his leg up, with his arm up, engulfed in a circle of flames. He is depicted in that image, doing cosmic dance of creation, performing cosmic dance of creation for the Tandava while he is leading and playing the Damaru. So this full moon is an amazing opportunity. If you have the opportunity to dance and celebrate under, to give gratitude for the abundance that we have, to shift our consciousness from that depressive, oppressive feeling that we've been living for the past several months, right? That heaviness, and shift our perspectives into seeing how much abundance there is, how much the earth is providing for us, how much, and giving us hope again. Hope in elevating ourselves and being able to live from a place of higher wisdom and togetherness, right? Because again, Aquarius is that sign of community, of humanity, of finding higher solutions, higher perspective-based solutions to our problems, and also of inventing solutions, coming up with new ideas. And the moon with Jupiter is going to give us the possibility to come from this higher perspective. Right? So it's a great moon. Now, really quickly talking about the other planets. We spoke a little bit, I spoke a little bit about the Sun being in Leo with the combustion Mars and Mercury. And since, I want to say, since the 9th or 10th of August, we have been dealing with a debilitated Venus in the sign of Virgo. So for those of you who have been experiencing relationship difficulties with your vehicles, just difficulties in relating and feeling good, because Venus is the feel good planet, in really struggling to feel good. Like she's feeling like you're not being able to connect with your loved ones, obstacles are in the way, it's not flowing. That's because Venus has been debilitated. Okay? It can also bring about a lot of criticism from our partners or in our relationships and vehicle issues. So this is going to get a little bit of a break, because after this moon, I believe it's on the 25th. So 3 or 4 days, 25th to the 26th, Mercury moves from Leo into its own sign of Virgo. So where Mercury is exalted. So once Mercury joins Venus in Virgo, Venus will get an upliftment from Mercury, because it's with the Lord of Virgo, and not only just with the Lord, but the exalted Lord. So whatever issues you've been having in communicating with your loved ones, or feeling critical, or also, criticizing your loved ones, or your vehicle issues, or just not being able to feel good, Mercury is going to lend his voice to you, and you're going to be able to sort out or smooth out any issues that you've been having. Then, in September 9th, 10th, Venus is going to move into her own sign of Libra, and we're going to feel so much better. We're going to connect with each other again, and we're going to be able to come from the heart, and we're going to start feeling good again. So that debilitation is almost over. Just a few more days after this moon. I know it's been rough, but this is one of the reasons why there's been such a struggle, right? So this beautiful moon joining Jupiter in Aquarius, higher-minded ideals, higher wisdom, more beneficial feelings, and more enlightenment in our consciousness and our awareness of this amazing full moon. We get a chance to dance, play music, and just express this energy. It's a very powerful and fun full moon. And it's going to bring us a lot. It's going to bring us a lot of good feelings, which we all have been needing, especially since we've been dealing with this Saturnian energy of heaviness for several weeks, if not several months now. So if you, I hope you enjoyed this woman report. My apologies for not being able to do the report for the last new moon in August, but I was well and I'm feeling much better now. I'm happy to say, and yes, I really appreciate your viewership. And if you like to schedule a session, a Vedic astrology session with me, please feel free to get in touch with me at the email below. It is visionary data. Get in touch with me at the email below. It is visionary data at gmail.com. And please do like, subscribe, and share my channel if you feel that this information has been helpful and beneficial. It's my intention and I hope that it is. Thank you again. Enjoy the life, dance under this beautiful full moon, embody that energy of the mighty Lord Shiva, with the drum keeping time, keeping beat, creating is destroyed, and enjoy the love that we are all in part. With many blessings, thank you so that we are all in part. With many blessings, thank you so to create and destroy and enjoy the love that we are all in part. With many blessings, thank you so much, and until next time, take care. I'll see you next year. I will do a September report coming up soon. So enjoy the life, my friends. Happy food. All right. Thank you. Bye.
please like, subscribe, share,
Hi from the Bureau with your weekly weather update for Sunday the 22nd of August. Pretty warm and sunny around much of the country over the past few days. Temperatures around 5 to 10 degrees above the August average. Some cooler than average temperatures over southwest WA, far north and North Queensland with onshore showers and cloudy conditions. The north of the country have free and with what could be one of the last dry season bursts of the year. Wet and wintry conditions look to return for much of southeastern Australia from later today as a significant cold front moves into the Bight. This looks to affect South Australia, Victoria and Tasmania at first before moving northeast. Cold, wet and windy conditions look to quickly flip the script. As such, sheep graziers warnings have been issued from multiple states in the southeast. Monday, over the inland, some light rainfall south from east of Cunnamulla, increasing to above 20 millimetres southeast of Dubbo. A high pressure system moves in over WA, becoming a dominant feature, keeping conditions dry and clear. The high will drive above average temperatures over western WA, with some places up to 10 degrees above average. Rainfall increases markedly over coastal and southeast New South Wales on Tuesday as the Tasman low rapidly deepens. Onshore flow from this low will drive sodden conditions south of the Hunter around to far eastern Gippsland on Tuesday and into Wednesday. High seas will also make marine conditions very hazardous. Wednesday, the high pressure system has moved across into the Bight with increasingly settled conditions over the east. However, this does allow the next major system to move into southwest WA, bringing rain and cooler conditions. Thursday, this front keels over into the Bight, not making it further than Adelaide before weakening out. A second more substantial burst looks to make WA the focus of wet weather going into next weekend. And that's it for our weekly wrap. Keep up to date with the latest forecasts and we'll see you again next Sunday.
Police in Stuttgart are searching for someone who they say is armed and dangerous. Police swarmed the Lennox factory in Stuttgart last night after getting calls about an active shooter. Officers there secured the scene and found one person who had been shot. That victim was taken to the hospital. Stuttgart police are actively searching for a man named Edwin Spears Jr. If you happen to know where he is, call 911. Again, considered armed and dangerous.
Thanks.
Brothers and sisters, we drew courage through our God to speak to you the gospel of God with much struggle. Our exhortation is not from delusion or impure motives, nor did it work through deception. But as we were judged worthy by God to be entrusted with the gospel, that is how we speak, not as trying to please men, but rather God, who judges our hearts. Nor indeed did we ever appear with flattering speech, as you know, or with a pretext for greed. God is witness, nor did we seek praise from men, either from you or from others, although we were able to impose our weight as apostles of Christ. Rather, we were gentle among you, as a nursing mother cares for her children. With such affection for you, we were determined to share with you not only the gospel of God, but our very selves as well. So dearly beloved, had you become to us. Forever I will sing the goodness of the Lord. The favors of the Lord I will sing forever. Through all generations my mouth shall proclaim your faithfulness. For you have said, my kindness is established forever. In heaven you have confirmed your faithfulness. I have made a covenant with my chosen one. I have sworn to David my servant. Forever I will confirm your posterity and establish your throne for all generations. I have found David my servant. With my holy oil I have anointed him, that my hand may be always with him, and that my arm may make him strong. My faithfulness and my mercy shall be with him, and through my name shall his horn be exalted. He shall say of me, you are my Father, my God, the rock, my Savior. Reading from the first, forever I will confirm.
After Jesus had revealed himself to his disciples and eaten breakfast with them, he said to Simon Peter, Simon, son of John, do you love me more than these? Simon Peter answered him, Yes, Lord, you know that I love you. Jesus said to him, Feed my lambs. He then said to Simon Peter a second time, Simon, son of John, do you love me? Simon Peter answered him, Yes, Lord, you know that I love you. He said to him, Tend my sheep. He said to him the third time, Simon, son of John, do you love me? Peter was distressed that he had said to him a third time, Do you love me? He said to the Lord, You know everything. You know that I love you. Jesus said to him, Feed my sheep. Today we celebrate Memorial in honor of St. Pius X. He was Pope from 1903 to 1914. He was born of a poor family in Riez, Treviso, near Venice, in northern Italy, in 1835. He was ordained a priest at the age of 23. He was a parish priest for a time, then made the canon of the cathedral in Treviso, and then the spiritual director of the diocesan seminary. During this time, he's always developed catechisms, I think especially for the young. In 1884, he was appointed bishop of Mantua. In 1893, he was the patriarch of Venice. And then on August 4th, 1903, elected pope, which he hesitated to accept. He had to be convinced to accept the office. His motto was to renew all things in Christ, to restore all things in Christ. And he worked diligently and had many documents written. He worked on the Code of Canon Law, which would be promulgated by his successor, Benedict XV. He led a revision of seminaries and formation programs, especially focusing on good libraries and well-qualified teachers for seminarians. And he compiled what was later called the Pius X Catechism, which you can obviously still get copies of today, trying to really protect the people from errors of the day, to make sure they knew the fundamentals of the faith. He led reforms of the liturgy and sacred music, and wanted to foster a fuller participation in the sacraments. He encouraged frequent communion for all, the laity, and lowered the age of first communion to about 7, the age of reason. And he's known for confronting modernism, which had taken hold at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th years. He led reforms of the liturgy and sacred music and wanted to foster a fuller participation in the sacraments. He encouraged frequent communion for all, for laity, and lowered the age of first communion to about 7, the age of reason. And he's known for confronting modernism, which had taken hold at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. And he lamented its inroads, not just in the world, but in the church. He would write 2 documents against modernism. He would say embraces every heresy filled with erroneous concepts, and it's hard to easily define, but basically I think he was saying that there's no objective revelation of God to the human race. There wasn't an objective content, that religion was just a matter of experience, personal and collective. Certainly there is an experiential nature to it, and deep conversion. But there is objective content to revelation, the fullness of revelation coming to us in Jesus Christ through the incarnation. And it's unchanging. We deepen our understanding of it. We use reason to come, call it theology, to understand more deeply these truths. And meditation and prayer and lives of the saints, teach us and give us a guide in understanding that revelation. But there is an objective content to it that ended with the death of the last apostle, that they received this content and passed it on to their successors. Another tenet was that there wasn't any grounds for the credibility of the Christian faith. In Vatican I, in that era, late 1800s, said that it's reasonable. Reason does not contradict the existence of God. Through reason, we know that God exists. We can look at first causes, explanation of why things are here, where they come from, the beauty of the human person. There's many motives of credibility to believe, and reason supports the existence of God. Now we need revelation to understand God and himself and his plan for us. But his existence is not unreasonable to believe. And that's still very much with us today in our culture. His motto was to renew or to restore all things in Christ, that Christ may be all in all, Colossians 3, verse 2. That we have a tendency to substitute ourselves, for God. But we have to remember that we're on a pilgrimage of faith, leading us to a fullness of life in Jesus Christ, where we find the fullness of all things, and the fullness of the Godhead is in him. And in him, in our close relationship with him, he renews all that is good in us, that is fallen due to original sin, but brings out a fullness in our life, in relationship. We've all experienced this on a practical level. Our friendships deepen when united in Christ. Our marriages deepen, in Christ. Our family life, all forms of it, deepen, in Christ. Our work has more meaning when it's ordered to the kingdom. We see a deeper plan. Our suffering, it's easier maybe to see our joys and happiness, but even our sufferings is redemptive. It has a value and a meaning in our life. Because we live in this fallen world, yes, it needs to be renewed. It needs to be restored. And Jesus is coming again to present his kingdom to the Father. When he comes in glory, it's purified, transformed, and offered to the Heavenly Father. And of course, the fullness of fraternity, of humanity's union with each other, finds a fullness in Christ, that Christ is the way of peace. And this was the great struggle at the end of St. Pius X's life, was to fight for peace. They were heading into World War I, and he made dramatic pleas for that peace. As I mentioned, he did focus on the importance of forming the clergy and instilling in them a proper love for the people. I think we see that in the gospel today, that Jesus hands over to Peter this responsibility to shepherd the flock after he's assured of his love for himself. And that this is the key to being a pastor, a shepherd, to be part of the solution was to have love for Christ and love for the sheep. And Pius X would emphasize this. And everyone who engages in that ministry, knows human weakness, our own personal weaknesses. Peter himself was distressed when he was questioned a third time, reminded of his triple denial of our Lord. Knowing with that human weakness, he couldn't do it of himself. He had to stay united with Christ. He had to be converted, repentant, and turn back to him, which is what he did. His first reading from Thessalonians speaks of the courage it takes. He says, we drew courage through our God to speak to you the gospel of God with much struggle. It's a message of love, right? It's the gospel of Jesus. Why is there struggle? There's struggle within ourselves. There's struggle in the world to combat sin. Paul recognizes this. Our exhortation was not from delusion or impure motives, nor did it work through deception. We're judged worthy of God to be trusted with the gospel. This is how we speak, trying to please God, not men. He, in his encyclical on modernism, he talks about it's always been a struggle for the church. Not just the modern age, but it's always a struggle, difficulty to proclaim that gospel. There's always resistance in a fallen world. There's always resistance and weaknesses within the church, evil that creeps into the church itself. But he drew courage from God. Pius X drew courage from God to speak the gospel, imitating St. Paul. Entrusted with this gospel to proclaim it in order to please God. And Paul says, we were gentle among you, as a nursing mother cares for her children. With such affection for you, we were determined to share with you not only the gospel of God, but our very selves as well. So dearly beloved, had you become to us. With this great affection. The church is the way to reach Christ. Pius X would say that. The church is the way to reach Christ. It has the fullness of revelation, it has the fullness of means of sanctification. He would write of the Blessed Mother, he said, wherefore, in the same holy bosom of the most chaste Mother of Christ, took to himself flesh, and united to himself the spiritual body formed by those who were to believe in him. Hence Mary, carrying the Savior within her, may be said to have also carried all those whose life was contained in the life of a Savior. That as Jesus united himself in a mysterious way to all of humanity, and Mary is the mother of Christ, she's also the mother of us in that union. And she is a type prefigurement of the church. That the church takes us into her bosom to nurse her, have this great affection, to foster the spiritual life, this gifts of eternal life that Christ has won for us. May we all take a witness from him to be faithful, to proclaim that gospel, proclaim Jesus, and professing that Christ is the way to fullness. He is always the path of renewal.
rollout around the country. Australia has now passed 17 million jabs after 196,000 doses were administered in the latest report. Chief Medical Officer Paul Kelly says it's the highest amount of vaccine delivered a single day on a weekend. More than 52% of the population aged over 16 has received at least one dose of COVID-19 vaccine, and 30% of Australians are fully inoculated. Turning to the states and territories, where New South Wales is setting the fastest pace in terms of daily growth per capita. Over 58% of residents there have received their first jab, and 31.3% have received both doses. New South Wales is hot on the heels of the ACT, where 60% of people have received their first shot. The ACT, New South Wales, and Tasmania are the only jurisdictions beating the national average of first doses. All jurisdictions now have full vaccine coverage of more than 26% of their populations.
your box or swap your box?
I can keep this or I can have the box that's definitely got a carrot.
Yes.
I want Sean's box.
Okay, we'll grab Sean's box. Sean, let go of the box. It's the nature of the game. It's the nature of the game.
Can I just say at this point, if there's no carrot in that box, you are a genius.
Well, let's swap boxes. Swap boxes. Does it contain a carrot or not? What are you drinking there?
Water.
What a big can of water.
You've not seen the new water brand. It's just water. Lovely.
I mean, it's from a canal. So you're just rehydrating, are you?
I wouldn't normally with water, but it's so water, I'd say cheers.
What's your morning routine?
Well, I get up.
There's a village in Nuremberg whose name means eavesdropper in German. Now, what did this village provide the whole world with for more than 100 consecutive Christmases?
War criminals.
The old tradition of roasting a war criminal. A glass of sherry. Cheers, Mr. Puzzleship.
Indigo, incidentally, what do you know about indigo?
Isn't it a fertility thing?
Well, it's an Indian plant used for dyeing.
In what sense would it be a fertility thing?
It's a colour, doesn't it? Doesn't it come up on women's legs in circles when they're ready?
Did you get it?
Yeah, I did it by just willpower. I don't use maths. I used the force of the mind. 10 times 75, which is 750.
Yeah, you still in the game?
And then by using sheer willpower, I used the 10 again. I won't lie to you. I don't like doing countdown. Why lie? What's why lie? I feel like a polar bear trapped in a tiny cage. Up and down, up and down. Why do I have to play countdown? No, but seriously, I hate playing countdown.
What would you like your obituary to say?
Don't care. I'll be dead. But ideally, I'd like it just to say, no! Why? No! Ah! You can't write tears, Jimmy.
Do you ever play any pranks?
Sometimes what I do is I replace all the light bulbs in the house with ones of a slightly lower wattage.
Stop
I
it.
can see people on the dimmer switches going, ah. I'm sitting there chuckling away going, never got a clue. Sometimes I go up in the loft, just move everything around. Nobody knows, do they? So basically I do stuff, there's no victim.
Turn the doormat round.
Yeah, I love doing that, yeah. You're a bit of a prankster, are you?
Don't get me started. Don't get me started, Sean. Sometimes I change ties halfway through the evening. I'm staying in on my own, but it's funny.
Just remembered another one I like to do.
Go on.
Is if we're having a drink, whatever, and they go to the toilet, I put my cock in their pint. That's not as subtle, and there is a victim. Can we talk about toffees or something?
Sorry, Grandad.
Do you know what I was wondering the other day? You know they have chocolatiers. Do they have toffeetiers? Like men who design toffees. Make beautiful chocolates. Would you have this equivalent in the toffee business where you would design wonderful toffees?
I mean, I've got nothing on. Or maybe that would be like a side interest that a chocolatier would have. Maybe he'd have a younger, dimmer cousin who did that.
You do the toffees, Bubba.
We only trust you with the toffees.
We'll let Bubba do the toffees.
I'll do good toffee.
You know, with chocolates, right? You know when you have a chocolate, you go, you can very distinctive. You go, oh, I like that chocolate.
What are you talking about?
That chocolate.
What are you talking about?
With toffees.
We're talking about the internet.
There's two.
I only really understand sweets.
I don't understand the internet, so I want to talk about toffee.
I like sweet things.
Two.
Are you distressed by this report that animals have disappearing?
Oh, it's not great news, is it? We'll have to start being called 4 out of 5 cats. What?
Sorry, if it's a bad reduction now, it would be 4 out of 10, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be 4 out of 5, because it's the same as 8 out of 10.
It is the same.
It should be 4 out of 10 cats.
Ooh. No, because there wouldn't be 10 cats. The joke is that the same percentage would agree with the question asked, but we couldn't find 10 cats to ask, so we could only ask 5.
I don't like it when Mummy and Daddy fight. Is it my fault?
What is interesting about when they release these statistics is we eat 60 billion chickens a year. The sentence I've just said, 1,000 chickens died. I mean, I need to stop talking, because chickens are being slaughtered.
To be fair, Nando's is well nice, isn't it? So,
What would make it acceptable is if we could choose the animals to go extinct. So no one will worry if wasps disable rats or next door's bloody yapping shih tzu. If they got extinct, no one would mind.
keep bumblebees though. Bumblebees are nice.
Oh, bumblebee, yeah. You
I never said do anything to them.
They are just fat wasps, though, aren't they? At the end of the day.
No. Big difference.
They're not fat wasps. You see, you've got the internet, Rob, and rather than find out interesting facts about insects and things, you look at a monkey on a pig.
Well, it's easier. It's easier for you, isn't it? You can just glance at your shirt if you need the insect facts.
Do you keep a list with all the numbers so you know you can work out what's what? No, actually, I was on a motorcycle display team, and I was like that, and these are all the insects there myself. You never go hungry when you're a kid, do you? You can always dine from the head buffet.
Sure, do you like your voice?
Well, the problem with me is not my voice, it's usually what I've said.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, it's not just the voice. Do you ever get the feeling like you just like some little holiday for yourself?
Oh,
A little break? Just like a couple of days off?
Would you be somebody else in the meantime?
Oh, that's complicated. Possibly either way, just a couple of days off.
Not the full operation.
Yeah. I think the big mistake that is potentially being made here by people who want to leave Europe is a bit like, you know, when an EastEnders actor thinks, I'll leave EastEnders, I've got a great career out there, I'll be in films, I'll be fine. And they always come like, can I come back to the square? Can I come back to the square, please? I'll do anything. I'll do Dean Gatsby's old job.
Seeing it through fresh eyes as a new resident of the UK, you know, Europe has sunshine, it has topless beaches, it has opera, it has a lot of things that this country needs. So I would say don't push them away. Okay, next time you mention topless beaches, don't then do that. Don't do that.
I mean, let's talk about coalitions. I just don't understand why doesn't Labour and Conservative do a coalition? They need power, isn't it? It's so obvious. You know, and people say, oh, that will never happen. Well, we never thought McFly and Busted would get together. They were like arch enemies. But now they've got the whole area sewn up. And everyone's happy. Who's not happy with McBusted?
You're absolutely right. I'm over the bloody moon. Okay, best way to seduce someone, what do you think?
I think it's probably listening, isn't it? Taking an interest.
It's a way to keep someone's attention.
Money, showing them all your money.
Scream.
Okay, look at all the money I've got. Look how much money I've got. Look, I've got more. Look, bring all the money in.
Giving them lots of presents.
Not presents.
Eye contact. Get a little scooter, just follow it. I like you.
What was that? Follow them in a scooter.
Just those little kid scooters. So you're not threatening. Like a car, if you follow them in a car, that'd be threatening, creeped out. If you know those little scooters that kids I like you. I'm slowing down for you now, so I'm right at the same place. I like you.
So worst way to break up with someone?
Toss a coin. You just say, look, heads will lead you. And then you go, oh, damn, it's tails. 20 years, I suppose. Or, I think a limerick's a good way to do it.
A limerick?
A limerick's a good way to do it, because you put some thought into it, and, you know, it can give them a sort of a sense that at least sort of jaunty little angle to it. But a thought is suddenly dawning of why I'm consistently yawning. For the past 20 years, you've brought me to tears, so I'll be off in the morning. Tether a goat.
What's sorry?
Tether a goat to their fence outside the house. Just leave a goat there, and then well, you leave it there, and then they bring it in, and then a couple of days later, you go, oh, you find my goat, and they go, oh yeah, it's in the garden, and you sit down, you start chatting about the goat, you know, and they become attached to the goat, and then you sort of say, well, you know, it's amazing, you know, we've got so much in common. Before you know it. It's lovely goat, isn't it?
Who's that to? Who are you doing that to?
To the person you get to
The
go
person.
to. That's their shoulder. What's the matter with you people?
So we asked our audience, would you rather get a massage from a friend or a stranger? John, what are you going to go with?
Stranger.
You're going stranger, okay. What are you going to go for?
I don't really matter to me because if I take my glasses off, don't know who it is. Could be the Pope. Could be the Pope.
So what are you going to go for, Sean?
I'd always have a stranger because I wouldn't want a friend reading what I've got written on my back.
What? Have you got a tramp stamp?
No, I've just got a load of lyrics on my back. I wouldn't want a friend seeing those.
What lyrics have you got?
It's just a song. I just got the lyrics to a song. You know,
Which
you get
song?
something, people get the songs.
Mean something to you, yeah. Which song is it though?
I've got girls just want to have fun lyrics.
Jenna, you're on Radio 1, right? So do people ask you to play records, I think? Do they ask for requests?
Oh yeah, that happens. That happens a lot. I spoke to one man like 2 days ago who was up. I always try and find out what people are doing. A lot of people are working. If it's out of choice to be up, I think that's where you find the real interesting people.
So they're burglars, aren't they?
He was breeding spiders, and he was just up hoping that they mate.
Imagine what the spider Kama Sutra's like. Those legs. How many different positions they can get into.
They can hold themselves up the web, can't they? Best thing about being home alone?
Easy. Go on. Using a litter tray. To go upstairs, and then you can just, I don't know what you've been feeding that damn cat. Kick it about a bit and you cover it and you just...
Sean, there's a lot of toffee wrappers in the cat litter tray.
No, I think actually the reason some people care and some people don't is that some people see the planet as something they have to be grateful for, thankful for, they should nurture and care for it. And other people see the planet as something you stand on. Well, I'll just stand on it. I'll stand on something else if you got it. You give me something, I'll stand on it, mate. I'll stand on fucking anything, I don't care. And also, I've got young children, that's another reason I care. And I'm worried when they grow up and the planet's knackered. Firstly, they're not going to move out.
And also they'll blame me, won't they? They'll blame our generation, but also people tend to blame their parents for a lot of their problems in their life, don't they? You know, people tend to I think the reason I haven't got a lot of self-confidence was, I don't think I got enough praise as a child. And I always think, shut up. At least you didn't stick twiglets up your arse. Look on the bright side. When I know I've already got problems, I'll have problems with my eldest daughter when she grows up, because I made a big mistake with her when she was young. Because I showed her the film Finding Nemo way too early in life, way too. I put it on when she was 2.5. I thought, brilliant, I'll put that on, I'll have a couple of hours going. A minute into the film, she's screaming her head off, going, Daddy, turn it off, he's lost his mummy, turn it off. And that's what happens. You've seen Finding Nemo. At the beginning of the film, right? Beginning of the film, the first minute of the film, his mum, right, gets eaten by a big fish, like a barracuda, eats his mum, and then all his brothers and sisters, decimates his entire family. So I thought, well, maybe it's not suitable for kids her age. I thought I'd look on the back of the DVD. It might say something like, not suitable for under 5s. I got the DVD. On the back, all it says is, contains mild peril. What does that mean? I mean, losing your mum at any age, that's not great, is it? Yeah, it's not. I mean, I might as well have put Scarface on. Just had Al Pacino go, motherfucking cockroaches. I don't like it. Yeah, but I'm enjoying it. And at least on the back of Scarface, they warn you, don't they? They warn you about it. You look on the back of Scarface, it says, contains frequent bloody violence, hard drug use, very strong language, sex, nudity. Might as well say there's a bit of poo in there as well. There's an elephant with a hard-on. Don't watch this film if you're nice. Some of the manners are disgraceful. No one says please or thank you. Mr. Pacino eats his dessert with a soup spoon. The fragile world of etiquette has entirely collapsed in this nightmarish drug-dealing vision. We're carried away. By the way, what does mild peril mean, anyway? To me, mild peril would be going to the dry cleaners without a ticket. Oh, will I get my trousers? Immediately. You have to wait like a minute while they get that big book out. I don't know what that achieves. Or another mild peril would be not washing fruit. I'm in all day. I'll take the risk. Eating a whole trifle, then driving. Born to be wild. I wish I hadn't done that. And I'll never get invited back. The looks on their faces when I picked up that trifle. Right, I'm off. Opening a dented can of beer near a bride. Investigating a quivering bush. Ooh. What's going on in there? The worst that could happen is you get chased by a masturbating tramp, isn't it? And let's face it, that's an anecdote we'd all like to have. Did I ever tell you the time I was chased by a masturbating tramp? Chased me hither and thither. Determined little bugger he was. Purplest thing I've seen in my life, really was. Much the colour of this Merlot. Your Majesty. So, what time is it? I like doing a bit of topical stuff. Just in the moment, I was there. No, really, what time was it? No, because, what basically the problem is, obviously, I haven't got to watch. pile of dust and feathers. Gotta get a pillow. Yeah, compass and scratch the word pillow in your arm. What's the matter with you? I've got to get a pillow. I mean, some people use post-its, we're all different, aren't we? Yeah, but I mean, the reason I say I also don't wear watches, because a lot of comics do is they try to sort of look at their watch after they've done a joke or do a joke. And it's really tricky if you need those two buttons to look at the time. Sometimes people start rounds of applause and they lose confidence. You know, they go, oh, no one else joins in. And sometimes they must think, man, it's just a 3-clap joke, that is, mate. Actually not. Got a bit of a character in. Oh, a character in the room. You know those people who say, you know, oh, you've got to meet my mate, he's a right character. You know, my advice is don't get your hopes up. No. What they mean, when they say their mate's a bit of a character, what they mean is when you're not looking, you put his cock in your pint. That's what passes for character in this country. And that proves two things. Firstly, you don't necessarily need a punchline. Secondly, I'm one of those people, you know some people, their personalities change when they get behind a wheel of a car. I'm like that with a phone. I get a phone in my hand, I get this real urge to bollock people. It's terrible, you know, I just get carried away, you know. I think, for example, a while back I was at home.
Easily defined, but basically, I think he was saying that there's no objective revelation of God to the human race. There wasn't an objective content, that religion was just a matter of experience, personal and collective. Certainly, there is an experiential nature to it, and deep conversion. But there is objective content to revelation, the fullness of revelation coming to us in Jesus Christ, in the incarnation. And it's unchanging. We deepen our...
You end up with a little pile of dust and feathers. Ooh. Hurry up and die, you bitch, come on. That's what I mean, pen. Cheers. That just about reached me. That was a real village cricket one, wasn't it? That just tapped the rope, didn't it? I was amazed at, you know, when people start, sometimes people start rounds of applause and they lose confidence. You know, they go, oh, no one else joins in. And sometimes they must think, man, it's just a 3-clap joke, that is, mate. Actually not. Got a bit of a character in. Oh, a character in the room. You know those people who say, you know, oh, you've got to meet my mate, he's a right character. You know, my advice is don't get your hopes up. No. What they mean, when they say their mate's a bit of a character, what they mean is when you're not looking, you put his cock in your pint. That's what passes for character in this country. And that proves proves two things. Firstly, you don't necessarily need a punchline. Secondly, I'm one of those people, you know some people, their personalities change when they get behind a wheel of a car. I'm like that with a phone. I get a phone in my hand, I get this real urge to bollock people. I just get carried away. Yeah? Give you an example, a while back I was at home. I was quite busy, to be fair to me, I was fairly busy. Because I remember I was watching the Grand Prix, chewing a Rolo, and putting my keys on a different fob. You know, so I was snowed under. I was at stress levels probably only known by fighter pilots. And then the phone goes. I thought, what am I, a fucking octopus? I pick it up. But I said, is Dave there? I said, there's no Dave here. He went, must be a wrong number. And he put the phone down on me. I'm not having that. So I dialed 14713. But he was engaged. And I said, he's got through to Dave. So I dialed 5 and I waited. And eventually I got through and he said, who's there? I said, oh, don't you remember me? I'm the bloke who's got nothing better to do than sit around his house all day long, waiting for some chubby-fingered idiot like you, who can't remember a simple set of numbers. And I slammed the phone down. Oh. And after a couple of minutes it wore off, so I thought him again. This time I didn't say anything, I just giggled. That was good, not as good as the first time. So I phoned him again. Anyway, to cut a long story short, ended up painting a community centre. But I learned something. Obviously, try to control your temper. Always try to control your temper. And always wash your brushes and put your ladders away. That's a bit of advice that will serve you well in life. And also, I don't get angry now. If I get the wrong number, I don't get angry. No. What I do, and you should do this, it's great, is I don't let on it's the wrong number. So someone phones up. Hello? They go, is Mandy there? Mandy? Yeah, sure, yeah, I'll just go and get her. Okay, just a sec, okay, bye. Mandy! Get your fucking ass up in now! She just come in. Okay. I don't know who it is. Some wanker. What have I told you? Don't wear your shoes in the house. Put the special slippers on. I give you chance after chance. You just keep fucking up. She's just changing the shoes. Fantastic. Most fun you can have in your own home, guaranteed. It's disgraceful. Walt Disney would be turning in his grave and he'd be horrified if he knew what was going on. If he was in a grave, somebody pointed out to me a while back. Apparently, have you ever heard this rumour on the internet? That Walt Disney wasn't buried? Have you heard this? Yeah? It was cryogenically frozen. There's this rumour going around that when he died, instead of burying him, they chopped his head off, right? And then they froze it on the off chance that one day in the future they'll be able to bring frozen heads back to life. Just as it works with peas. The idea they chop the head off. They must say, yeah, well, if we can bring a frozen head, if we can bring a frozen head back to life, growing another body, piece of piss. Yeah. Don't worry about just growing another body. I imagine the bloke who runs the cryogenic centre's got loads of sovereign rings. Yeah, don't worry about it, just growing another body. No, it's not so we can get more in the fridge. And if I was going to get frozen, I want to be frozen pretty much straight away, fresh. I'd want to be frozen fresh as soon as I died. I imagine on his deathbed, Walt Disney had like a circular saw just above his neck. And a bloke in some overalls. Like that, yeah. How you feeling, all right? I'll go for a tissue. That's one of those things you see on the internet, you know, if you noodle around. I spend quite a lot of time on the internet. I do. I don't look at porn, never look at porn. People always assume that, but I never. What I do is I look for porn that isn't there. I try to think up little appetites, little weaknesses people may have, and see if they're catered for. Like the other day, I put in busty foster mums. Google came back and said, did you mean busy foster mums? No, I fucking didn't. I mean, busty mums are great big tits, please. I typed in flu sex, you know. I thought some people might like watching people who've got the flu having sex. Oh, I feel bloody awful. Oh. We have to do this. Well, the temperature of 104. An erection could kill me. But it's not there, there's nothing there. So in a way, it makes me feel like the world's a better place than I thought it might be. I put in Anal Barnacle. Heavy metal band from Lincolnshire. I think they're in. But the real thing I'm into on the internet is online gambling. I love that. I love it. Oh, I love it. Yeah. The other day I bought a mattress on eBay. Yeah. I phoned the guy up. I said, what about this stain? He said, what stain? I said, the big one. Yeah. The one that looks like a tramp's exploded. That one. Or you've been nursing a Smurf with malaria. Did the Predator have his honeymoon on this mattress? You've been making mermaid porn? It's like an experiment with puppies and a cappuccino machine. Maybe Humpty Dumpty did exist. He was a giant egg and he landed on your fucking mattress. And the bloke said, come on mate, it's not that bad, is it? I said, no, you're probably right, actually. Actually, so it's just a bit of fluff. Sorry about that. Well, I've been thinking about this stuff a lot more recently because of my age, because I'm 54 now, right? 54, which, to be honest, I expected more shock. Normally I have to go on the front row closing everyone's mouths, but anyway. It's a weird age, actually. I've got to an age where pretty much anything I do, anything I buy, anything I wear, any activity I take up is considered to be a midlife crisis. Yeah. It's seen through this weird lens of some desperate attempt to cling to youth. Anything I do, I bought a slightly complicated coat. It had fastenings a man of my age wouldn't normally be associated with. We're having a bit of a midlife crisis, are we, sure? In your young man's coat. Any glasses I buy, doesn't matter what glasses I buy, people go, oh, got yourself some trendy glasses. I think people only be satisfied when I've got a monocle and an ear trumpet. I was on holiday, they were giving windsurfing lessons, right? They were giving windsurfing lessons. In a few seconds I managed to stand on the board. I noticed like half the beach were just shaking their heads. What's he doing? Windsurfing. In his complicated coat. I joined Grindr, right? You're all having a bit of a midlife crisis, are you? No. Not at all, no. I think it's a very good idea. I joined Grindr because I thought, well, if ever I break down, you know, in my car, if ever my car breaks down and I need a push start, I thought if I go on Grindr, you know, 2 or 3 winning lads will turn up. You know, you scratch my back kind of situation. They'll give me a push. Because sometimes for the AA, you can wait hours. Whereas you go on Grindr, literally they're jumping out of bushes in minutes. So I just go on lads, keep pushing. Keep pushing. Don't worry, when I've got it started, I'll come back and suck you off.
I don't go back, obviously. I just have to make sure I don't break down in that area for a while. Should just get a more reliable car. I mean, I am on telly after all, you know. But it's weird, isn't it, midlife crisis, because all the midlife crisis is you get to a certain age, you finally accept the concept, reality that you're going to die, and you think to yourself, I know, right? I might as well enjoy the few years I've got left, you know. But no, you're a wanker for doing that. Don't go out and enjoy yourself. Don't go out and embarrass yourself. No, stay in. Close the curtains. Watch Columbo. Drink cup of soup. And then Quincy straight after. Amiable detectives. All afternoon. Drink cup of soup. Watch detectives. You know, the highlight of your day, basically, should be taking a parcel in for the neighbours. Sit in the chair, big tin of sweets, and just drift towards death like Krill. Like if a man over 50 buys a motorbike, it's like the whole town comes out and just does that in his face, isn't it? And they probably get all the kids out of nursery lined up in high-vis jackets along the side of the road. The teacher goes, now here comes the silly man now, do the sign we taught you, and they all just go like that. Doing on a motorbike at your... I'll tell you what, mate, forget motorbike. You know where you should be? Do you know where you should be? You shouldn't be on a motorbike. You should be on a bench, right? You should be sat on a bench in the park staring at a duck island. 2 hours a day, every day, until you die. And then you've got a little plaque saying, he loved that bench. Being on a motorbike at your age. Forget motorbike, I'll tell you where you should be, mate. You should be on a coach, yes. You should be sat in the middle of a coach, right in the middle of the coach, dressed head to toe in beige. Going on a day trip with a load of other senior characters to toddle around the gardens of a stately home. They're like a big pastel snake of snowy and bald heads, toddling round the gardens of a stately home, praying there's a scone at the end of it. So I hate those places. You know, you're driving along, you see those brown signs, and it says something like Toffington Hall. You think, oh, I'll give it a go, I'll go and have a look. So you drive up there, and they always charge a bit too much to get in. They always take the piss, don't they? You think £8 would be reasonable, but they want 14. You think, oh. I've seen Game of Thrones, I know what you people are like. Fucking ruthless, aren't they? And then they want you to gift aid it, don't they? They always want you to gift aid. Would you like to gift aid that? Because in some bizarre definition of the word charity, they count as a charity. I don't know how they put it off. Right? If anyone ever asks you to gift aid anything, do what I do. This is what I do. Anyone says to me, would you like to gift aid it? I just go, no! You're not getting another penny off me! I want all my taxes spent on bombs! And they really back off after that. They really leave you alone. So you go in and you go around the house, it's just this old house, and it's shit, isn't it? It's always shit. There's just loads of old stuff they couldn't sell. So you just end up looking at all these portraits of the previous owners, all the dukes and earls who lived there. And basically it's just a gallery of bastards, isn't it? You're just looking at centuries of bastard after bastard, staring down at you as if to say, what the fuck are you doing in my house? Just bastard, one bastard bigger than the last. You know, he sees a picture of a kid in a hunting outfit. You think, I bet he was the right little cunt, wasn't he? It's just a theme park of bastards. That's where you are. So you've had enough of that. You come out and they say, oh, there's a maze. Oh, you think, oh, a maze. How exciting. What kind of mystery adventure am I going? What's going to happen in the maze? I might get molested through a hedge by a divorcee. But again, it's shit, isn't it? You get to the middle, there's like a crisp bag on a twig. So where do you end up? You always end up in the same place, don't you? Within half an hour, you end up, everyone ends up in the same place. You end up in the cafe. You end up in the cafe. You think, hang on a minute, I've paid 14 quid just to come and use their cafe. And that's when they really stick it to you in the cafe, isn't it? That's when they really pull your trousers down in the cafe. And they charge you 9 quid for a cup of tea, a scone, and a pot of jam I could fill with my third wank of the day. You bastard. It's like Oliver, you have to go up and beg for more jam. More jam, please, sir. No, you have to pay for more jam. That's bugging me. The other thing I found out is not all women like Robson Green. That was a bit of a shock. I thought all women like Robson Green. No. Actually, when I think about it now, it was just me. That's when they got suspicious. And the other thing I found out, you know there's really tight leggings a lot of women are wearing these days. You know the really tight leggings, right? Apparently they're comfortable. It doesn't look it to me. Everything all bunched together. Like a badly crimped pasty. On a bus, and then there's another one there. I felt like someone had given me X-ray specs and I couldn't take them off. There's a woman walking towards me the other day. Honestly, they were so tight, I thought Pac-Man was coming to get me. I'm not suggesting women wear the burqa or anything. But just, a t-shirt, a considerate t-shirt. I think that's a basic human right, isn't it? You should be able to leave your house and not have to look at people's actual arses. I think that's a basic human right. I asked some women I know, right, not in Mumsnet, in the real world, whether they thought that bit of material was sexist at all. I thought I'd just check that it's sexist, because it's sort of prescribing what I think women should wear, it's quite a contentious issue. So I asked them if they thought it was sexist, and yes, was what they said there, they thought it was. But they didn't take long to think about it, they just went, yes, it is. And then they started coming at me with banners and stuff. And I had my headphones on, I didn't know. But if it is sexist, right, which it may well be, I cite the cholesterol defence, right? You know the cholesterol defence? Ever heard that defence? Remember when cholesterol came out about 20 years ago? Remember we brought cholesterol out? Right? It was a new scary thing, like cholesterol was going to kill you. It was all bad, wasn't it? All cholesterol was bad. And then it turns out 10 years later, oh no, there's good cholesterol and there's bad cholesterol. So it's not quite as clear as we said. I think the same thing applies with sexism. Well, wait, because that's actually not a joke, you're just clapping the idea. Women, women, come on, have a go at them, Sean, come on. I know, it's a brilliant alleyway, come and join me. Steady on, I've just come up with an idea, I haven't actually done a joke yet. But no, I'm not saying, a majority, what I'm saying is I think the majority of sexism obviously is bad, it's very, very bad. But I think surely if something's got a ring of truth to it, it's acceptable. You know, it's acceptable, right? I'll give you an example, right? You know, I think it'd be wrong to say, it would be wrong to say that all women like celebrity gossip magazines. That would be wrong, wouldn't it? But I think it would be fair to say, who the fucking hell else buys them? I think that's like good cholesterol, isn't it? That's right. Anyway, do you like the set? That was a long meeting. Because we were arguing till dawn about what we're going to... I wanted like an Alpine sea. And then I saw the budget. We forgot it one night. Oh God, that was hilarious. That was I was all over the place. But I'll save that anecdote for the book. Anyway, it's too good. It's literally too good. The night we forgot the set. I would say the main personality flaw that I suffer from. I mean, dickhead, I dabble. I'll have a bash, but it's not my strong area. The main people say to me, the main criticism people have of my personality, they say, you're a very cynical man, Sean, aren't you? You're a very cynical human being. And I don't like being cynical, I don't want to be cynical, I try to do things that make me less cynical. I stopped watching the news for a while, I thought that would help. But it doesn't matter, to be honest. Just walking down the street sets me off. The other day I was walking down the street, I walked past Wetherspoons, and I noticed they were advertising brunch. They had a big sign up saying, come in for brunch. I thought, how evil is that? How many corridors of denial do you want to create for alcoholics? I go, where have you been? Brunch! Oh, I can't go out and have some fucking brunch now. It's a mid-morning snack. I miss breakfast, so brunch! Brunch, 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 brunch. I know the reason I missed breakfast was because I had brunch yesterday. I know that. I know. I'm in a bit of a brunch cycle at the moment. You know, anything, you know. Internet gambling. Not the gambling itself, just the level of advertising. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's bombardment. I've worked out, I haven't been encouraged to do something as much since potty training. Since both parents are standing over me going, come on Sean, do a wee on the potty. Go on then, there's a good boy. Good, do a wee on the potty. I'm sitting there going, oh, I really want to impress them, do a wee on the potty. But now it's like, go on Sean, put a bet on, Mansfield are bound to beat Derby. 3-1, you'd be crazy. You'd be crazy not to put a bet on that. All right. Okay, it's not the best punchline, but it's a good point. People drinking coffee. What's happened to us as a society? People they just drink coffee. Everyone's I'm going to have a coffee. What are you going to do, Sam? What did you do? I went for a coffee. People talk about drinking coffee like it's an activity, like they've done something with their day, like they've been canoeing or something. You know, like, what did you do? Well, I'm out with Dave and Janet, we went for a coffee, so you did fuck all then. You know? I'm out with Dave and Janet, we went for a coffee, so you fuck all then. Oh my God, it's a Beacons had a coffee. I wouldn't mind if they went to the Brecon Beacons and had a coffee. At least they'd made some kind of effort. They're just going to have a coffee with free Wi-Fi in the sofa. And if it's outside Starbucks, don't get me started. I lose my shit outside there every time. Whenever I'm outside Starbucks, I just mouth. I stand outside, look in the window, and I mouth to the other customers. What the fuck? you doing? They don't pay tax. Go to Greg's. Go to Greg's.
I say my wife, actually, we're not actually married. We're not married. We've been together a long time. Quite a long time. A girlfriend doesn't seem significant a term to describe the relationship. She doesn't like logic. She hates that. Cohabitee. Like you've both got something. Partner, like you're in business. Lover. Doesn't really describe our life together. No, so I absolutely adore her. I'm quite happy standing up in public saying I absolutely adore whatever you're supposed to call her. I did it like it was her birthday the other day. I thought I'd do something special. So what I did was I got up really early. Fucked off for the day. She said it was the best birthday she's ever had. Yeah. I got it right for her, because last year I got it wrong. I said, what do you want? She said, surprise me. So I phoned her from Morocco. Got it wrong again, isn't it? It's always getting things wrong. I come back from the shops, it's all wrong. Because apparently there's a big difference between semi-skimmed and banana-flavoured milk. That's just nitpicking. And I made a bit of a boo-boo the other day, because you know sometimes women ask you what you're thinking, ask men what they're thinking. And I made the mistake, I told the truth. I thought I told her exactly what I was thinking. Big mistake. We just made sex. And she said, Sean, what are you thinking? I said, well, I was just trying to imagine a world with no herbs. She said, what? I said, don't worry, it was fine, you know. Trains ran on time, everyone went to work, but sweetness. No, I think our relationship problems are similar to loads of others. I think basically it's a man with a woman. I wouldn't want to live with a man. She often says to me, the trouble with you, Sean, is you're such a bloke. Such a bloke. I said, I thought that was the idea. She said, no, you never let me know how you feel. Not whether I'm hot, uncomfortable or hungry. I'm very good at that. Boiling here, love, isn't it? Oh, yeah. You know, good idea, yeah. I'm parched. Any chance we can? Not very good at that. No, she said, you never let me know how much you love me. And I thought about this. I thought, what's the best way to let someone know how much you love them? Is it with flowers or jewellery or a meal? Of course it's not, is it? The best way to let someone know how much you love them is with a pie chart, isn't it? Because that way they know exactly. Emotional precision. You know? Do it like it's a meeting. Would you like to come in? Yeah. Can I get your tea, coffee or anything? Okay, let's have a look at this year's chart. I'll just flip it over here. That's the blue segment. That's my family. Stays pretty constant. Yeah. Be quite a foxy lady to get into that bit, I can tell you. Yeah. That yellow bit there, that's ice cream. But this big red bit here, that's you. Yeah, which is a 20% increase on last year. Well done. That's a great idea, isn't it? Because also you can use it to dump someone. Because you don't have to say anything. Yeah. You have to do that, oh, it's not you, it's me, and other things need some time. Just point to the chart and go, what happened there then? Used to be all over that like a rash. I'll check with the guys in graphics. That's the end of that bit. A lot of comics use the big line at the end of the routine. Oh, don't do that. Put something in which makes them go, is it finished or not? It's my signature. Is it? It's poignant, some people call it, or it's just not as funny as it should be. And that proves two things. Firstly, you don't necessarily need a punchline. Secondly, I'm one of those people, you know some people, their personalities change when you get behind a wheel of a car. I'm like that with a phone.
I get a phone in my hand, I get this real urge to bollock people. You're a wanker and an arsehole and a knobhead. You make me fucking sick, people like you. Shit, bollocks, wank, 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 wank. I had a lot of food left over that night, I remember that. I got a bit carried away. Tickets for Top Draw Comedy Nights near you. Thanks. Why didn't you go and give it a try and see if you like it? Yeah? Nice one. Here's Frank Skinner.
Frank Skinner on Absolute Radio.
From Andy Robinson. I had a gig with Andy Robinson this week. I don't think it's the same one.
Oh, he's from Birmingham, isn't he, Andy
comedian.
Robinson?
He said he liked the show.
Did you really?
Yeah. So listen, he thinks it's really good.
Thanks, Andy.
Have you set this in yourself, just so you can say that?
Maybe.
I was leaving my church. I don't own a church, but I go to as it turned out. What?
Oh.
So quite correctly.
Yeah.
So she
I'm
says,
familiar with this.
Yes, she says like of old houses.
Sound quite fabulous anyway. You don't really need me to tell you how to be sing. You people, honestly.
So who gets up when he?
Well, Laura usually gets up, but the thing is, she does it, as much as. But then when she gets to the end of her tether, then
she
she
don't keep her on a tether.
Yes.
Oh, what does she wander off?
Yeah, she wanders off. Otherwise.
The American comedian Reginald D. Hunt, or as I call him, Reginald. Goes. I don't want to. I don't think there's any bears involved. That would be terrible. But it's an interesting experiment. I'll be honest with you. I did the pilot.
Oh, okay.
But
Sweet sour.
Yeah.
And you get stuff out of them, but what I did was
hell out.
Yes.
Because you could.
But to take to set them up. You know when you've got like a comic idea, and I had this thing, I called it like a...
You can't do a pan of chocolate. You don't want to mix your fifth taste with your old tastes.
Oh.
Here we go.
Oh, it's a bit anchovic.
There is an element of anchovy.
Where's the ingredients? What are the ingredients?
Anchovies, probably.
Yeah, there's anchovies in it. I'm not sure about that umami, Frank.
Well, I'm liking the umami. I'd happily have it on a. I might put some on my pan au chocolat and mix the French with the Japanese, as I think the French call the Japanese. Is that right?
I'm not sure.
Well, that's another phony. I don't know you're going to do pronunciation on the text, but you know.
Absolute
Radio.
Sean Locke has joined us in the studio. What about that? Yes, that Sean Locke, the famous one off the telly. How are you?
Good. Very good, thanks, Frank.
You're about to go off on the road.
Yeah.
So let's get straight to that.
Get it out of the way.
Yeah, no, it's not a normal stand-up comedy show, is it? It's got a sort of special element, interactive kind of. It's 21st century.
Yes. Well, at the start, it did. Well, it was like that.
Oh, that's gone, has it?
No, it hasn't gone. But what I've realised is I've had to. There's a reason it works in a certain way, stand-up. And what I did was I had this thing, I call it Lockopedia, just only because it rhymed. It's not an information resource.
It doesn't actually rhyme.
Well, it does with Wikipedia. Not rhyme, scams.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sounds a bit like.
Sounds a bit like.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I just rhymes as a catch-all for me. I just use it for local things. Like the address of my wife, I like it. That rhymes. No, I like that.
That's a good, because it just suggests a harmony, generally.
You were talking about those flavours earlier.
Yeah.
Certain flavours rhyme.
Yeah.
But obviously
that one didn't.
No, Stephen Fry would be obviously tearing his hair out. But I had this element in it where I thought, I've got this book. Well, basically, I had all these jokes, these strands of ideas.
Have you ever seen Chickopedia, by the way?
No.
Chickopedia is
I can imagine. I don't have to explain that. Okay. As soon as you've mentioned.
But that actually does rhyme.
You.
But it does rhyme, to their credit.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? Yeah. But the idea was I had all these jokes, these ideas, but I couldn't really put it into a stand-up format. There was the effort to set them up. You know when you've got like a comic idea and it takes too long to set up for its value.
But there are funny little ideas. I put them in this book alphabetically, list them, and then I play audience battleships at a point in the show. So I'll just go E24. I go. Who's ever in that seat has to give me their name, a letter, and a word beginning with that letter. And that's the difficult bit. That's the really tricky bit. Because what I say is, I'll do some material on that word, and of course I can't. Yeah, it's, I'd be a genius if I could do that. You are a genius. Yeah, but I'm not. I've realised that. That's very much. But the fun of it is it gets people involved in the show that would never normally shout out, because it's random, because I sort of select it by this method. And it kind of changes. What I do it at the end of the first half and the end of the second half, really, now. Right. So I have the structured stand-up, and it's just a way of sort of like churning up the gig a bit. And it's quite interesting. Sometimes
it shows great confidence that you're going to sell out.
Yes.
Because you could say that, and the person in E20, there is no way.
The audience find that hilarious. I was over that. I did it. I was in Bromsgrove, and it did sell out, but there was people who didn't turn up for whatever reason.
Oh yeah,
babysitters.
Yeah. Or maybe road accident.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't want to guess there. No. I was going on there. I call myself a large entertainment. and that happened, and it's really funny. So yes, it does. There is that element to it, but it sort of works. People like the oddness of it, in the fact that people get involved who never normally get involved in shows. Yeah. And you get stuff out of them. But what I did was, originally I had this grand idea that would be the whole show, and it was chaos. Chaos reign. I tried that a couple of times. I did a sort of mini warm-up tour, small art centres and theatres. I can't just launch this idea into larger theatres. And I slowly reduced the Logopedia element, but it's still part of the show. Yeah. But it doesn't dominate the whole show now, because you can't do it. You can do it, but you need 3-4 goes before you can do it. Yeah, okay. And it's quite nice, that sort of element of failing. People aren't used to seeing comedians get upstairs and attempt something and fail. And I didn't have any. They are at my gigs. Yeah. But I didn't have any get-out clauses. But I've sort of created get-out clauses. Yeah. So I fail, but I still get a laugh. And let me get this again. They give you a letter and the word that begins with that letter. So it's about how tricky the audience want to be. Like, I did one in Colchester, and someone shouted out P, the letter P. So I've got a book. Yeah. And under P, I've got loads of jokes. Okay. Associated with the P words. And then he shouts out a word beginning with P, and he says penultimate. So it'd be impossible to do a joke on penultimate. But I sort of extricated something out of that, salvaged something. It's just about the oddness of the scenario as well, and the strange. It's basically to keep me interested. Yeah. So anyway, that's our phone-in. Jokes about the word penultimate. That's what we want. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah.
Absolute Radio.
This is Frank Skinner on Absolute Radio with Emily, with Gareth, and most excitingly of all, with Sean Locke. In fact, you've got the ultimate accolade, Sean, in that they're filming this interview as we speak. Really? People get and stuff. Yeah, it is. All over. You've made it. Don't worry.
He's made an effort with his clothes, I see.
I love your jumper.
Because it's black, and then it's got, in really hard to see places, it's got a patch of other coloured wool.
Pay a premium for that. Yeah. It looks like a thing my dad or my grandma would have gone, that's bloody ridiculous. What? You buy a jumper that's already been packed. That's insane. Well, it's like buying ripped jeans. It is. I hadn't even noticed that. Nice. I like a jumper. They are nicely done.
It looks a bit like you might have thought you were buying a black jumper and then got it home.
Yeah, I didn't realise it was green. It was green. Brilliant. The details. I like a surprise element when you're buying a jumper. Yeah. There isn't enough for that. What? I used to sleep at your house. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
That was a logical scenario.
I was a priest. He was a saint. Yeah, and in many ways you saved my life, Father. Oh, so you said don't call you that anymore. Yeah. No, when I was living in Birmingham and coming down to London to do gigs, I didn't really know anyone in London apart from other comedians. So Sean used to let me sleep at Dalston, wasn't it? Yes, yeah. Was that the one? Was that the flat with the bathroom in the hallway? I never went in the bathroom. I don't know. They had a bathroom in the hallway. It was a 2-bedroom flat. It wasn't really. It was a 1-bedroom flat, but they decided to take the bathroom out of the bathroom and put it in the hallway. And it had like this folding door down the side. But yeah, you used to stay Yeah, a few times.
Yeah, I remember you took me to the cemetery one day for a bit of a treat.
Yes, yeah.
Remember that? It was
It's a very nice cemetery.
It's a great cemetery.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were dropping hints. Why don't you sleep here? Forever! No, it was a very nice.
Newington, Abley Cemetery at the bottom of the road, Cosenhoff Road. Yeah, it's sort of quite a famous cemetery.
Can I just say, you're the first guest. We've been on nearly a year. You're the first guest who's plugged the cemetery. Who's in it? Who's in it that's any good?
No, there's no, it's not like Highgate. It hasn't got many famous. It's got people
That's a
like
very A-list one,
Salvation
though,
Army
Highgate.
people in there.
Salvation
A few-
Army people.
A few of those, because I think it started around that part of London. But it's just got some very nice Victorian graves, you know, when they really went over the top, when a sort of daughter died, they really went for it.
Yeah.
With angels and things.
Yeah.
And lions and stuff.
Yeah.
Not a cheery subject. But it's a beautiful cemetery. And it has a weird sort of, whereas Highgate is very well patrolled, very well marshalled. It's got this element of surprise matter. You don't know what's going to happen. It's really overgrown. There's some.
It's like, yeah.
There's a bit of off-road activity going up one end corner of it. You just don't go up there.
You're making it sound like a death theme park. Anything could happen. So you're abroad this week.
Yes, yeah. Well, you asked me if I was doing anything else apart from the tour, and I said I'm doing a corporate in Munich.
Yeah.
That's it.
And you thought, obviously we're not going to talk about that on air, but I'm fascinated.
Yeah.
There'll be people listening who don't know what a corporate is.
Yeah.
Could you define it?
It's a private gig for a company, usually a company, for the staff of a company, or often they're having a conference. It's a way they've had a whole day of business chat, and they bring in a cheeky chappy at the end of the
That's
day.
it. And then they usually have a disco, don't they, at the end, of people dancing, suit and tie.
I don't stick around for that.
No, I never stick around for that. Not that I've got a girlfriend.
Yeah, but you have to, I find that I quite enjoy the odd ones, and I've got quite a lot of material, because you have to write something for each
What
one.
do you get that? They used to send me these lists, and they'd say, "Oh, Dave in sales once stole a plant from." And you don't even have to do a joke about it. You'd say, "Dave here from sales, stay off the plans tonight and get a standing ovation." That's like the best thing they've ever heard.
I know, yeah. I don't tend to do that. I remember you get those lists, and basically they describe the presenters. Every single person who works for the company is could be a presenter on Top Gear. That's usually what loves cars, loves wearing his jeans, loves going out, having a bit of an adventure.
I used to get things like, sadly, he's a West Ham fan. You know, I used to get that, so obviously you're encouraged to have a go at it.
I never do that. I just do some stuff about whatever the product is or whatever the company is. I did a lot of financial ones. And, in the last, just coming up to the last.
You did a lot of banker jokes.
Yeah, a lot of banker jokes. It's great. You can be really horrible.
I did one once.
What you pay to do.
Yeah, I did one with Red Rom. It's just me and Red Rom on the day. You know Red Rom, the racehorse? Not the other Red Rom.
Yeah.
And Red Rom, the racehorse, turned up, and people stood and had their photos up with him. And then I was ready to do 20 minutes of stand-up. But they just wanted me to stand and have my photo took with them as well. So me and Red Rom basically had the same job of having our photo took with people.
Yeah.
And I said, well, they said, you can do a bit of stand if you like. So I went and did 10 minutes and it went all right.
Yeah.
Red Rom didn't do anything.
No.
Didn't even speak.
Frank, Darryl Branners has texted in saying, could Frank mention he has a girlfriend one more time, please?
Now that sounds like a man who maybe doesn't have a girlfriend, or if he has got one, her head's in the fridge. No, I think, I'm sorry, it's Valentine's weekend, mate. I don't normally mention that much, but it's Valentine's weekend, the love is in the air.
Well, isn't it time to turn that girlfriend into a what?
Okay, here comes the next track.
Frank Skinner on Absolute Radio.
Absolute Radio.
And that was Sherlock's Gone Home. Yeah? Even though people did send in some penultimate jokes. Is there any good one?
The penultimate supper. Someone texted in which I quite like.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome onto the stage Sean Locke. Thank you. Hello. Hammersmith.
Thank you for coming out tonight, Saturday night. Lovely. I've toured for
UK's gone pretty well. There's only one place I won't go back to, that's Guildford. Not going back to Guildford. That's a terrible blues song, isn't it? I'm not going back to Guildford. I don't know what it is in Guildford. I don't think they just don't like laughing. They don't. If you smile at someone in Guildford, they look at you like you've got mental health issues. You go, hello, they go, oh, what's the matter with you? Basically, they stared at me like they were looking out the windows of a bus replacement service. You've never seen anyone smiling out of a bus replacement service, do you? Go, this is brilliant, much better than the train. Because you visit so many different villages. They look like my dad looked when he found out what his pension was worth. I mean, to be fair to them, it was the week that Margaret Thatcher died, and they're quite fond of her in those parts. And a couple of things that I said, a couple of the comments that I made, might not have gone down in the spirit they were intended. All I said was, well, hey! That was it. That was all I said. That was it. I just went like that. Well, hey! I didn't have a party. Well, you wouldn't call it a party. It was drinks, nibbles, few friends, you know. Police were called once. That's not a party. And I happened to mention a fitting tribute to her was when they cremated her, it'd be great if they ran out of coal. That was all. I burnt myself the other day. You know when you burn yourself domestically in your own home, you always feel really stupid, don't you? You feel stupid, man. Well, I burnt myself. Incredible this. I burnt myself. I mistook the iron for the telephone. I think I actually did that. And the really stupid thing is, I was dialing at the time. Ah! And I was doing the old-fashioned ring round as well. Because I was trying to get through the hospital because I just burnt my ear. Lovely joke, no victim, beautiful. Anyway, that's that bit over. I'm very good at linking it up, aren't I? I love my wife, I love my kids. I'm a very lucky man. I do admit I'm a very lucky man. She's not even in. No, but there are times I do miss the old days, you know, before I was married. I do miss the things. I think the thing I miss most of all about being single is the songs you sing when you're single. You know the songs you sing when you're just walking around your house, start singing a song like, I'm gonna put the kettle on and make a cup of tea now. I might have a biscuit or a crisp sandwich. You can't do that when you live with other people, can you? Because they don't want to see that. They want to think you got your shit together. I say I love my wife, sometimes I'm not sure. Well, the symptoms of being in love, shortness of breath, lightheadedness, inability to concentrate, are exactly the same symptoms as carbon monoxide poisoning. So I said, I think I love you, but should we just get the boiler serviced? Just to... No, I do. I love her very much, but she upset me this last Christmas because basically what she did was, she was giving me my Christmas present. Before I'd opened it, she said, oh, you do know, by the way, you do know, it's very hard to find presents for a man of your age. And I found that quite hurtful. And if there are any men of my age in, a bit of advice, be very careful what you show enthusiasm for in the weeks before Christmas. Yeah? You show the slightest enthusiasm or interest in anything, you're getting that for Christmas, okay? You know, the most innocuous comment, she can be going up to bed, you say, I'll be up in a minute, I'm just going to watch the news. Ooh. He likes the news. You'll get a biography of Hugh Edwards. What a guy. Oh, he's never had an X-ray. Didn't know that. One time we were out walking in the countryside and there was a bird hovering in the sky and she said, oh, is that a buzzard? I said, no, that's a kestrel. She said, I didn't know you knew about that. I said, yeah, a little bit, stuff like that, a little bit. Cut to, 6 months later, I'm standing in a field, with a big leather glove on. cube of meat on a string. Yeah, I'm having a great day. It's like he read my mind. Ah, get off me! Get off! I didn't do that. Don't want to upset the greenies. One time I got a fish tank. I opened this fish tank. I said, "Wait, what did I say? What?" Because I'd been really careful at that point. I'd been, you know, what did I say? She said, "Do you remember you went in the pet shop? You were staring at the fish for ages." I said, "Yeah, because it was pissing with rain." From about October to December, I don't say anything positive about anything. One time we got a ferry in October. You know, ferries are normally an awful, crap, dismal experience. This was it was a ferry from Holland, really nice ferry, really clean, the food was really good, everything was really nice. And I was about to say, "Oh, God, this is a nice ferry, isn't it?" And I thought, no, don't say that. Don't say that. Because I had this image on Christmas morning of opening an envelope and pulling out a golden ferry ticket. A magical VIP day out on the ferry. Help the captain steer the ferry out of port. Wave the cars onto the deck. Sing a song with the group, Liquid Motion. The other day I intercepted her ordering me some bees. I'm saying, yeah, what do the bees, obviously the bees come second, the hive first, you don't remember that? I'll just grab the phone, "We don't want any bees, go away!" I said, "Why are you ordering me bees?" She said, "Well, you were going on about the plight of the honeybee. You say it's terrible, people don't plant flowers anymore, they deck their gardens, the honeybees struggling to survive, and soon, when that happens, the whole of society will collapse, you know? You were going on about it." I said, "Yeah, what you're mistaken there is, I like moaning. I don't give a shit about bees. I can't tell the difference between bees and wasps. I just kill anything I see." Basically, she wants me to have a hobby. That's what she wants me to have a hobby, because I don't get a lot of spare time, but if I do get any spare time, what I like doing is standing in rooms in the house, staring into the middle distance, like this. And I'm quite happy there. She says it's depressing. Do you know, I'm never happier if I'm sitting on the bed, edge of the bed, in my pants, I've got one sock on, another one in my hand. Oh. I can do 20 minutes there, I'm just gone. And I'm not doing nothing, because I'm putting my socks on, but very slowly. She wants me to have a hobby, but, you know, and I do have a hobby, but it's just not considered a hobby. People don't consider it a hobby. My hobby is drinking. I like drinking, that's my... But it's not considered a hobby. It's not considered a hobby, you know. Well, when I say I like to go out and get really drunk, you know. You know, if you could see my little face when I know I'm going to go out drinking, you just go, "Oh, he loves that, doesn't he? He loves that." Look at his little face. I'm there. Nobody goes fishing with this excitement on their face. Yeah, I'm going fishing. Yeah, I'm going in. You know? And I don't do it all the time, but when I go out to get drunk, I like to get really drunk. I like to get about 4 units the right side of shitting myself. That's where I like to go. My preferred place to be. You know, like just drawing on my face. This brilliant idea. This. Combing my hair with a shoe. I worked out my relationship with alcohol is very similar to the relationship that a moth has with a light bulb. You know, you see a moth having a session on the light bulb. It's just there going, bang, 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 bang. This is brilliant. Who switched this on? Thanks for that. If you could interview a moth after a night on the light bulb, Be very similar to me with a hangover. You say to them, what happened there then? I go, oh no, I've done it again, haven't I? How do you feel now? I feel bloody awful. Like I'm covered in burns. Everyone saw me. Oh, God. Because I was the worst, wasn't I? I was the worst. 8 hours I was up there. I bloody love you. Because some of them only do an hour, then piss off behind the fridge. What's that all about? Do you think you've got a problem? No. No, not at all. If you don't switch the light bulb on, I'm fine. I could do 3 weeks on a wall, not bothered at all. But you switch that light bulb on. Yes! Daddy's home! And by the way, I'm not advocating alcoholism here, no, I'm not. I'm sticking up for a group in society which gets very bad treatment, very bad press, which is binge drinkers. Nobody ever says anything good about binge drinkers. It's always really negative. Oh, the binge drinkers, look at them. Oh, God, it's a lot of binge drinkers. Look what they've done to the town centre. That's what they were saying. Oh, God, look what they've done to the town centre. We didn't ruin the town centre. Tesco's and the internet did that. We're just finishing the job. You know? It's not the main problem. It's a bit like when you fart in a cheese shop. It's not the main problem. Or kick a dead bird. What are you doing? It's dead. Chill out. Put a bit of chewing gum on a mullet. No, we do, and you get really badly treated, you know, and suffer discrimination. I've suffered discrimination as a binge drinker. I know that I've been for job interviews, and the only reason I didn't get that job is because I was fucking hammered. Incredible in this day and age, isn't it? I was a bit suspicious when they wouldn't join in the sing-song. I get knocked down, but I'll get up again. Where do you see yourself in 5 years' time, Mr. Locke? Pub, ha ha! They couldn't see beyond that. And the press joined in. The press are very much involved in this, aren't they? I remember there was a picture of a girl once in Newcastle, in the city centre. She kept all her clothes on, but for a laugh, she'd pulled her knickers down to her ankles, and she was standing in the centre of Newcastle going, way! And the headline above her was something like, oh, God. And I remember looking at the picture thinking, what is wrong with that? She's obviously having a brilliant time. You've got to be in a fantastic mood to be in the heart of the city where you live, where you go shopping, you go to work, you meet friends, to be in the very central, most public place in your city, to go, ha ha ha! Hey! That's a great moment in your life. I'd put that on my CV. There we go, happiest I've ever been. That's also the answer to hobbies and interests. I've never met anybody who's depressed who's behaved like that. I've never chatted to anyone who's depressed. How are you feeling? I feel terrible, dreadful. Every decision I make is a disaster. I can't see a way of muddling through this miserable period in my life. You know, I'm just fed up. Everything just seems dark and hopeless and pointless. The other day, I went down to the canal. I was staring at the dark, black water, trying to find a good reason to continue this miserable existence. And also, you don't need to make binge drinkers feel bad because they'll do that themselves, don't they? I mean, if I've had a little drinky, the next day, at least 3 or 4 times, at random moments through that day, I could be doing something like making a cup of tea, suddenly I'll just go, What's the matter with you, Sean? I just remembered something last... The weird thing is, once you have one of those memories, you got it for life. Yeah? For some reason, your brain refuses to forget cringeworthy, embarrassing moments, shameful moments. You can forget the most important information, stuff you really need to know. You can forget all of that, but it remembers every single moment in your life that you've gone, had one the other day. I remember the time I left a note out for the milkman, and accidentally I put a kiss on it. And I think, why am I thinking of that? Just it's like some humiliation jukebox to go, let's have a look at this one from 1983. I had one the other day. There was no reason to remember this. I was walking through the park. It was a beautiful sunny day, children are out playing, flowers are out. And I suddenly remember this date I'd been on years ago. Well, halfway through it, the girl pointed out that my shirt was buttoned up on the wrong side. So technically, I was wearing a blouse. The thing is, as I remembered it, I was walking past a dwarf. There was a dwarf about there, and I was about there, and I went, And I felt the need to explain to him that it was nothing to do, that wasn't kind of Lord of the Rings, Igor type thing, you know. I was a bit worried, so I said, sorry mate, I didn't mean you. And he said, what do you want about? I said, when I went, it was nothing to do with Igor or Lord of the Rings. And he said, why would I think that? And now that's become something that makes me go, I tell you, actually, one thing I've worked out, actually, it wouldn't necessarily reduce my drinking, but definitely reduce trips to the pub. I think there's a lack of banter in the home, in the domestic environment. You know? Right. Sometimes I'll say to my wife something like, how long do you think we could all live if we only ate toffee apples? You know, just putting it out there, you know. And she'll roll her eyes and carry on doing something worthwhile. Was in the pub, you get 20 minutes out of that. It's a bloody good question, Sean. You've got the vitamin, you've got the fibre from the apple, you've got the energy, glucose from the toffee. What if the stick pound up into a paste makes a carb? We had a great one the other day. We were talking about what's the filthiest teaspoon you've ever seen. Oh, what a night! We had to have a lock-in. It was brilliant. At what point does a lager top become a shandy? Who would you rather share a sleeping bag with? This we did the other day. Who would you got a choice, right? You've got one night in a sleeping bag. You've got Ronnie Wood from the Rolling Stones, or Jeremy Vine from BBC Radio 2. Ronnie Wood for one, or Jeremy Vine. Any takers on this one? Actually, you had a lot better response than the one my wife had. I asked her. She turned her back to me, walked over, looked out of a window, and her shoulders went. And she muttered something about, I suppose we got kids and it's better to... Yeah, actually, the right answer, people who said Jeremy Vine, that's the correct answer. You know, a lot of people choose Ronnie. They think Ronnie's a bit of a character, then all the anecdotes, you know, a bit of a character. Of course, what they're forgetting is just how bony Ronnie is. Every part of Ronnie is a sharp, jaggedy, pointy edge. His arse is like a piece of flint. Naked, Ronnie looks like a box of KFC when you're throwing the bones back in. He's held together with bits of chicken skin, Ronnie Wood. And he'll be shaking because he's given up the pills and the booze. Ronnie, Yeah, I've thought about this stuff, yeah. Whereas Jeremy Vine, tedious bastard, dull, boring, pointless man, like a warm column of pissy air. But you get the feeling, when he shuts his eyes, 8 hours, straight through, no bother. People say to me, why are you having to go at Jeremy Vine? I say, because I hate him. Seems a good reason, enough. I don't like Jeremy Vine, I'll tell you why. Because you know he does that Radio 2 show, and they have these debates on Radio 2. We're going to have debates today, and they're not debates. They're just ways to wind the country up, make the country an unhappier, angrier place, don't they? Yeah. What? I think that sounded like 8th century Norse. It's Jeremy Vine, I've just realised. It's Jeremy Vine. He's dressed up as a sort of drunken old mad cockney. I'll sneak in. I've heard about this routine. I'll have a couple of supertenants. I won't say anything he can pick up on, because, you know. And then he'll just disappear into the fog like Jack the Ripper. There's debate. You have those debates on the show, and they just make the country an unhappier place. It just winds people up. It attracts nutters to phone in. They'll have a debate. They say, today we're talking about sex education. Some people say it happens too soon. Other people say it doesn't happen soon enough. Are they right? Should we have sex education in nurseries, playgroups? Should teddy bears have genitals? And there'll be someone at home going, what? Teddy bears with cocks? No! They're going to put cocks on the teddy bears! And they phone in. And they pick weird subjects to have debate about. Like they'll pick something like, you know, there was this burglar who'd objected in court to being called a coward. The prosecution called him a coward. He said, I'm not a coward. So they started discussing it, saying, well, is he right? Are burglars brave? Should we admire them? Are they just entrepreneurs? There's people going, and sometimes they do this trick where they leave a detail out to make a little bomb go off in your head. It's like, who's to blame for, we're talking about the obesity crisis, who's to blame? Is it the government? Is it the NHS? Is it the food industry? And they know loads of people at home going, he doesn't mention the fat people. Yeah. Today we're talking about binge drinking. Why do you do it? Are you sad, lonely, depressed? Do you have low self-esteem? Do you need alcohol to enjoy social situations? And that's how I burnt my ear. I think one of the things that I'm most known for is my inquiring mind. I think that's one of the things people always say about me. Here comes Sean with his inquiring mind. The other day I was watching television, I was watching, you know those Compare the Market, Compare the Meerkat ads? I was watching one of those, I thought, how come that's okay that they've got a Russian, Eastern European accent? How come that's fine? Nobody objects to that. I was thinking, if those meerkats were Chinese, there'd be uproar, wouldn't they? If they came out and went, you want cheaper car insurance? You go comparemarket.com! You bloody idiot! They go, whoa, what are you doing? You can't do that. Or they were Mexican. If you want to compare meerkats, comparemeerkat.com. You can compare meerkats like my sister. Well, really, meerkats from Africa should be an African voice, shouldn't it? For cheaper cat insurance. Whoa! What do you think you're doing? Stop him now. And the reason that I mention that is because I realised something quite profound the other day. I was at home, I was a bit bored. I wasn't wearing these clothes, I was wearing my normal clothes. I was a bit bored. I started checking the labels on my clothes. And I realised something, like, at that moment, I realised if it wasn't for the Chinese, I would have been naked. Yeah. All my clothes were made in China, everything. Even my pants were made in China. Yeah? And they're not like Chinesey pants, they haven't got dragons on them or anything like that. Just an ordinary pair of pants. Then I realised my phone was made in China, my telly was made in China, I've got an IKEA table, I assume Sweden. No, China. I worked out I'm virtually Chinese. The only thing I haven't got is the accent. Right? But if I start doing that, going, hello, I'm Sean Lott, people go, what are you doing? Oh, I think, how can I possibly be racist? I bloody love China. I'm obsessed with the place. Ideally, I'd live in a pagoda. To be honest, I don't think you can be racist about a country that's more economically powerful than you anyway. In fact, the way our economy's going, soon it'd be racist to do our voices. Yeah. People in Beijing go, hello, I'm from London. They'll go, ooh. Not comfortable with that. And also, I don't think the Chinese are bothered what accents we're doing. All they want to know is how much shit we want. That's what they want to know. How much shit you want? Much as you've got, we love it. Keep sending it over. Can't get enough of it. Okay. Make more shit! You got enough shit yet? No, we just used up that lot you just sent us. Keep it coming. We love it. Bloody hell. Come on, no time for sleeping. Got to make shit for people in West. Can't even make their own fucking pants. Hang on, how are you going to pay for all this shit? We were going to borrow the money from you. It's funny, right? We make shit, we sell them shit, now we give them money to buy shit. Well, you find funny when I have day off in December. No, because you have to face facts. The Chinese are slowly taking over the world. They're not doing it like we try to do, in a big imperialistic sweep. They're doing it the smart, the clever way, slowly buying everything up. And you'll notice subtle differences in your lives. Little things will change. Like one day you'll notice there's less prongs on your fork. And they'll buy up all the pubs, and all the pub names will change. You'll still call it the White Hart. So I'm going to the White Hart. I refuse to call it the infinite stillness of water. And you go to your greetings card shop with a special section, commiserations on birth of daughter. She bring much shame on family. And it'll affect every aspect of our lives, you know, affect culture, you know, because you surrender so much control and power to them. You know, I'll give you an example, like, you know, Christmas crackers. We've known for years that the actual crackers were made in China, but I always thought the jokes, the puns, were written in this country. But I think they're doing that in China now as well, because I pulled a cracker this Christmas, and I'll just say at this point, I'm not a fan of crackers. I've been campaigning to get rid of them for years. I think they're a dull, joyless, pointless experience from start to finish. If there was any pleasure to be had from a cracker, you'd have them at other times of the year, wouldn't you? Just the slightest pleasure. You know, you go, oh, happy birthday. Do you want to pull a cracker? Yeah. Dave and Sue are coming round later. Okay, I'll go at the off licence. Shall I get some crackers? Yeah, let's get some crackers and have a bloody laugh. But you don't, because they're shit, aren't they? The cracker I pulled this Christmas, the bang wouldn't have made a kitten look up. Yeah? The paper hat didn't make me look like a king. I didn't look like a king. No. I look like a grill chef in a service station. On his third warning. Do you want an egg? Do you want an egg? The toy inside was a set of miniature, tiny screwdrivers. Tiny screwdrivers that don't fit anything. I'd have preferred nothing. Then I wouldn't have had a trip to the bin. But what did my head in, what ruined Christmas, was the joke. This was the joke in the cracker. What did the ghost sing at the snowman's birthday party? Right? And the punchline is, Free's a jolly good fellow. Right? I think if you enjoyed that, you've come to the wrong show. But anyway, my point is, there's no need for a ghost in that joke. That's a superfluous, unnecessary ghost. That joke works perfectly well without the ghost. What do you think at Snowman's birthday party? Free's a jolly good fellow. Why is there a fucking ghost in there? Who put a ghost in there? And my theory at the cracker factory in China now is loads of people writing puns. There's a foreman walking up and down. Fellow goes, I've got one. What is it? What do you think at Snowman's birthday party? Free's a jolly good fellow. Foreman goes, I don't like it. Put a ghost in there. And that's the power we've surrendered to them. You know, they can just start sticking ghosts in things willy-nilly, you know, dragons, whatever the fuck they want. But they can just, you know. Imagine you did that with other jokes, like horse walks into a pub and the ghost behind the bar. You know, what? Horse is thinking, I thought that was the novelty in this joke, you know. I'm a beer-drinking horse. But no, there's a fucking ghost working on them. Yeah? And I'm ignoring the absurdity of a snowman having a birthday party. I've left that alone. I haven't touched that. Where on earth is a snowman going to live to 1? Maybe in the Arctic, but when it snows, Eskimos do not scurry out of their igloos and go, hey, it's snowing, let's make a man. No, they go, it's fucking snowing again, isn't it? Why do we live here? Yeah, well, yeah. You won't look at those brochures for Tenerife, will you? And all I'm saying, we've got to think about the consequences. That you know, we do get all this cheap stuff. We do get this cheap stuff, but the standard of comedy is going to go downhill. You know, maybe we should pay a bit more and have a laugh. That's all I'm saying. That's literally all I'm saying. I'll tell you another way of putting it. The other day I went to buy some trainers, right? And in the end I settled on a pair of New Balance trainers because they're made in this country. And they're a bit more expensive, but to me it was worth it to pay those few extra quid to be safe in the knowledge that a kid in China is out of a job. If I could put one child on the dole, bloody proud of myself. People think I'm having to go to the Chinese. I'm not. I'm just waking us up to this situation we're getting into. And what I'm saying is we've got to take a bit more responsibility. Wealth creation is what I'm talking about. We've all got to come up with wealth creation ideas. You know that guy Dyson? He's always coming up with ideas. You know, people say everyone's got a book in them, which I don't think is true. I think most people haven't even got a piece of advice in them, right? We can all think about ways to make the world around us a better place. You know, come up with wealth creation ideas. Like, I've come up with 2 apps, big hitters. These 2 apps are brilliant. They're going to make a load of money. The first app, wherever you are in the world, it tells you what the bin collection days are. Who wouldn't want that? You're in Rio de Janeiro, you've got 2 bags of rubbish, don't know when to put them out, you know? They're leaking, so they're going all over your dancing shoes. You don't speak the lingo. Signor, when do you put the bins out? You know? Just go on the app, 2:30, Tuesday afternoon. Lovely. Off to the carnival. Everyone in the world will want that app, right? The second app's even better, right? If you ever look at pornography on your mobile phone, it tells everyone in your contacts list. Everyone gets a text, you know? And people say, well, why would I want that? Why wouldn't you? I bought it for you, darling. Oh, right. Okay. Of course, eventually you would. You'd be in a Travelodge 3 o'clock in the morning and go, sod it, let them know. Let them know! Open the hotel window, shout across a dual carriageway, I'm having a wank, all right? It's an emotion, it's like crying. I don't know what would be worse, friends and family getting the text, or just a plumber you used once. But I'm always thinking of wealth creation ideas. You know, like how HMV struggles now because of how we get music, because it was records, cassettes, CDs, now it's downloads. I'm already thinking about how we're going to get music in the future. Man, yeah. And I think in the future we're going to get music in the form of a gas. Yeah. How hard can it be to turn music, which is already in the air, into gas? I'll let the boffins sort that one out. And you'll go to HMV, you know, like those inhalers asthmatics have, right? Just fill one of those up with all your music like that. And you just inhale it like that. And all the music will be in your brain. And you can play it whenever you want. Summer breeze, make me feel fine. I don't want this one. How do I change it? Blink. Pump up the jam, pump it up while the feet are stumping and your feet are moving. He's a little white ball. Every day he came down day, a little white ball. I wouldn't be an early adopter on it. That's all I'm saying. Take a while. That's a great idea. Please take these ideas, make your fortunes. It's my gift. I realised something amazing the other day. I was fiddling around looking for a radio station, and I suddenly realised something. It's incredible. You won't believe this, right? But you know, there's radio stations for every type of music: soul, jazz, rock, reggae, pop music. There's no radio station for scat music. Yeah. You know, if you fancy listening to a bit of scat music, there's no Scat FM, and you just put it on there, and you're just like. Wee-oo, 24-hour scat. All scat, no chat. Yeah. Imagine how brilliant that is, especially if you've got guests who you want to leave your home. Can you turn it down a bit? No, I like it. While I'm on the subject, there's no yodeling FM. I'm fascinated by yodeling. No, you know yodeling, the Swiss yodeler, you know they go yodel. Do you know that's a message? That's a way of communicating through the mountains. And the Swiss did that for years, until, of course, they discovered shouting, and that changed their lives. One day a fellow was going, yodel, another fellow went, step back, try this, just try this, try it, it's an idea. I've had it, try it, try it. Have you seen my cow? It's brown! So what else has been going on? Oh, what else am I talking about? Yeah, I've just started believing in God as well, just got into that. Yay! Yeah, I've just got into it, yeah. And actually, that's the reason I'm on tour. So if you've been enjoying the show up to this point, after this bit, it gets a bit messagey. No, I've just got into it. I've been an atheist most of my life. I was actually raised a Catholic, and what's known as a lapsed Catholic, which is their term for it. You know, makes it sound like every Sunday night, as I'm getting into bed, I go, oh, forgot again. Whereas the truth is, I'm 14, cycling to confession, and I suddenly thought to myself, hang on a sec, what are you doing? You're about to get into a wooden box and tell dirty stories to an old Irish man who's never had sex. This is mental. You're going to tell a wanking story. Because I'm 14, I've done a bit of wanking and some shoplifting, tops. That's the worst things I've done. You're going to tell a wanking story to an old man in a box. And you couldn't say to him, Father, I had a wank. He'd go mental. He'd pull you out of the box going, don't use that language in my church, you dirty little bastard. Use that filthy language in my church. Because this is the 70s, everyone's hitting you in the 70s like that, bang! They thought it was good for you, like red meat and smoking, bang, thanks for that. If you bumped into Santa in the 70s, he'd have given you a boot up the arse. Yeah. What are you doing up, you little shit? Get the fucking bed. Go on, fucking shoot me out there, fucking buy some more fucking time there. 70s Santa was out of control. They had to send him on a course. He was just... You can't do that, Santa, but these fuckers should be in bed. No, you couldn't say that to him. You couldn't say, oh, Father. You have to couch it carefully. You have to say, Father, I let the devil encourage me to be busy in my trousers. And he'd know what you were talking about. Yeah. It's mental confession. You can do anything you want. You go to confession, it's gone. It's like it never happened. It's kind of like a moral Etch-a-Sketch. You just go, oh, brilliant. I miss it sometimes. Like, I did something quite bad the other day, and if I'd gone to confession, it wouldn't trouble me anymore, but it still bugs me. What I did was pretty bad. What I did was I was meant to unload the dishwasher, but I couldn't be bothered, so I just put it on again. Yeah. Player. And also the other reason I stopped believing was Scooby-Doo, you know. I must have watched about 500 episodes of Scooby-Doo as a kid. Every single episode starts with a promise of supernatural, otherworldly, spiritual activity, but it always ends. That's been completely debunked, and there's a disgruntled former employee, you know, with his hair all ruffled, because they've just taken his costume off. His hair's always all over the place. You know. And I think what the makers of Scooby-Doo, Hanna-Barbera, were trying to tell us was, there is no God, and join a union. You know, that's my theory. But I just got back into it, and the reason I got back into it was the Jimmy Savile story, when that broke, you know. Yeah, because I thought to myself, well, if I don't believe in God, he gets off scot-free, doesn't he? Whereas, if I believe in God, he goes to hell, you know. Seems to make sense to me, you know. In fact, I think if you're an atheist, what you're saying is, you're kind of fine with what Jimmy did. That's cool with you, yeah. In fact, if you're an atheist, as far as I'm concerned, you're virtually an accomplice. You might as well have been standing next to him holding his tracksuit, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what's the matter with you people, really don't. Yeah, and Hitler. Basically, if you're an atheist, you're a Nazi kiddie fiddler. And I offered that to the Archbishop of Canterbury as a recruitment campaign, but he didn't. But I think the difference between me and most religious people is I don't take it that seriously. You know, I sort of, some days I'm into it, other days, like some days I wear a veil, other days I don't eat pork. No, I just... Comme ci, comme ça. Yeah. But it's done one brilliant thing, actually, since I started believing in God. It's done one brilliant thing. It's really a positive benefit in my life, which is I've stopped using the exclamation, Jesus Christ, as often as I used to. Because I used to use it far too often, you know. I couldn't find my keys. I'd go, oh, Jesus Christ, I can't find my keys. Ugh. Or I go to the supermarket, I haven't got £1 for the trolley, like that. Oh, Jesus Christ! Ugh. Thanks, God, nice one! You trying to starve my family? Is this some kind of test? Or I sit down to eat my dinner, it's all cooked already, then I realise there's no pepper in the grinder. Oh, Jesus Christ! Now I've got to get all the little balls out that go over the fucking floor. My life is shit! Or I walk past the radio, the news is on, the price of stamps will be going up from Tuesday. Oh, Jesus Christ! That's all I need. That's going to cost me 60 pence a year! Or I'll be in the shower, you know like that. Hang on, that doesn't feel right. Oh, it's fucking conditioner, isn't it? Jesus Christ! Look what you've done! Shiny hair for a week! And once it's in, it's in. There's no anti-conditioner to take it out, because you didn't invent it! Well, I'll stop doing that. That's good, isn't it? It's positive in your life, you know, it's a positive move in the right direction. Of course, in the religion that I've invented, there are times where you can use the exclamation, like if your house is being enveloped by lava from a volcano. Oh, Jesus Christ, you know? Or you go to the Pamplona bull run, where they run the bulls through the streets, and you get a stitch. Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, gee, not now. Too much bloody tapas, that's what it is. Because they just think, you think they're just little plates, but you just keep eating, don't you? I've probably had about 5 dinners. Or you're on a plane and you see someone trying to light their shoes. Jesus Christ, he's trying to light his shoes! I think that's how they do it. The light-hearted wing of Al-Qaeda. Or you're a centaur, right? You're a centaur. Come with me on this one. You know, human from there to there's human. Rest of you's horse, but you're facing the wrong way. Jesus Christ! Where are we going? Whoa, boy, whoa, whoa. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. Ooh. Oh. Oh. That'd be a nightmare scenario, wouldn't it? That would. Imagine just trying to eat a bit of grass. How difficult that would be. Oh, I'm starving. You'd have to, both of you have to lie down on your side on the forest floor, wouldn't you? Both of you have to lie down like that. And the horse bit would be there. And you'd lie there. Just for a little snack in the daylight. Imagine how vulnerable you'd feel. You know? That's probably why they died out. And of course, the human-y bit wouldn't like grass, would he? It's disgusting. You eat that shit. Can I have a curry? The horse goes, do you want to see me after a curry? Do you want to see me after a curry? You've got a dilemma there, haven't you? You've got the taste buds of a human, digestive system of a horse. You've got a problem, haven't you? Yeah. I think that's what that routine is about. It's about, you know, in a relationship when you both have very conflicting needs, trying to find a solution so you can live together in harmony. That's the sort of point of that bit of material. But like I said, I've got into it. I got into religion, and part also I like having a go at atheists as well, because they're so cocky, aren't they? Like, yeah, we know. No, you don't fucking know. You don't know. And also they believe in all that evolution bollocks, which is all obviously a load of bollocks. Oh, got away with that one. That's fine. No, I don't subscribe to the theory of evolution at all. I don't think it's true. I don't think it makes sense. I don't think it stacks up. If evolution was a continual process, then surely by now bananas would be round, wouldn't they? Or straight. I don't know which way they were going. They're either going that way or like that. Maybe going back round the other way. Who knows? Yeah. Frogs would have made their mind up. Lake or land, time to choose. Yeah. We'd have grown another thumb, definitely. We'd have definitely grown another thumb, wouldn't we? Because how useful is that? 4 fingers and a thumb. It's incredible the dexterity you can do with that. Surely by now we'd have another thumb coming out there. So a single human hand would look like that. Imagine the amazing things you could do for 2 thumbs on each. I mean, obviously it'd make groping a lot more thorough, wouldn't it? But you could carry 6 pints and tweet at the same time, couldn't you? And don't tell me we're related to monkeys. Sorry, I won't have that. Don't tell me we're related to monkeys. No, sorry. Because I tell you what, I was on a flight recently, and the hostess made a request. She said, anyone on the flight's got any peanuts on their possession, please don't open them and eat them. I said, someone on the flight with a severe peanut allergy, you'll cause them a great deal of harm and distress. Can you imagine a monkey with a bag of peanuts agreeing to that request? Like another monkey goes, ooh, 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 ooh. That monkey would do whatever the monkey equivalent would fuck off. He'd go, ooh. Because they're bastards monkeys, they don't give a shit about each other. If one monkey's ill, his neighbour doesn't come around and see how he is. He tries to have sex with his whole family. If you could explain Jimmy Savile to a monkey, they'd see him as a role model. Horrendous creatures. We're not related to them. And also, I've never seen an episode of Who Do You Think You Are, which goes right back to the monkey ancestors, so I rest my case. I accept I'm not a scientist. I know I'm not a scientist, but what is a scientist? It's just somebody who thinks about stuff, then chooses to back up their thoughts with evidence and facts. Only difference between me and a scientist. I don't feel the need. I'm not so insecure. I need to back up what I say. I just say it. Nah. And I've been forced into this position by my children. I've got 3 children, 3 young children, and they ask me questions all day long about everything under the sun, you know. And I don't know a lot of stuff. I really don't, you know. I don't know. I read a lot, but usually when I get to the interesting bit, I remember something embarrassing, go, and they ask me questions about science and things like that. You know, for a while, I thought a house was being haunted by my old physics teacher. And he's just going around the house going, ooh. Ask your dad about magnets. Good use of a ghost in a joke, I feel. Thank you. And they'll come up to me and ask me about magnets and gravity. No, I can't explain them. But I don't like saying I don't know beats me, ask your mum. It wears away at my self-esteem. So I just lie. I make shit up, you know. And they'll say magnets. And I go, well, magnets. You know when you go to school in the morning and some kids you're pleased to see, other kids you're not that bothered about. Metal's a bit like that. And they're happy with that, you know. Gravity. Oh yeah. You know when an apple falls out of a tree, it creates a force that sends the birds up in the air. Because apples are heavier than birds, as we all know, because birds are made of feathers. Everyone knows that. Solid feather right the way through. And the earth's got a core. That's right, it's got a core. It's trying to get all the apples back. To make cider for God. That's right, yeah. A verb, I think that's an old Cockney word for a tenor. Yeah. Yeah, that slag owes me a verb. Yeah, George, put a verb on that horse for us, will you? They asked me about Velcro. I got this vague notion it's got something to do with the Apollo missions. I said, Velcro grows on the moon. It grows on the moon, yeah. Basically, it's moon grass. That's what it is, really. Yeah. That's why the astronauts walk like that. So I just don't know. I don't even understand how yogurt works. I don't understand it. It's off and it's got bacteria, but it's good for you. What the fucking what? Dry cleaning. I've been going to dry cleaners for years. I don't know what the fuck they get up to in there. I don't know. I just go in there, there's a funny smell, I sort of trust them. I don't know what shit you guys are getting up to be honest, I don't want to know. As long as my clothes come back clean, I'll keep stum, but doesn't smell right, does it? Doesn't smell good. Look at your eyes, they're all red round the edge, aren't they? Your skin's peeling off. I'd get out of here now if I were you. Like the other day I was putting sun cream on them. They said to me, how does sun cream work? I said, it's invisible clothes made of cream. There we go. Factor 20 is a t-shirt, factor 50 is a duffel coat. But the questions keep coming and they get madder and madder. Dad, why can't we smell noises? What? Oh. If we could see our face in water, can we drink mirrors? So what I do is I just lie, you know, and it makes me feel better about myself, and I'll save on university fees. There's a theory of parenting that you should never lie to your kids. You know, there is a theory that you should never ever lie to your children, apart from Father Christmas, the Tooth Fairy, and how hot the food is. You know, which is... It's fair enough, isn't it? If they've been giving you a difficult day, it's a bit of payback. Those fish fingers, yeah, they've been out for a while now, yeah, work away on those, yeah. It's the new smacking, is what it is. It's perfectly legal, they can't touch you, checked. But there is a theory, apart from that, you should never lie to your kids. Now, I lie to my children all the time. One night I was putting one of my daughters to bed. She said, Daddy, are there monsters under my bed? And I said, yes. Oh, there's terrible monsters under your bed. Oh, you don't want to bump into those fellas. And if you put your feet down on the bedroom floor at any point, they'll reach out, grab your ankles and drag you under the bed. Ooh. And they'll take you off into like a labyrinth of turds and wasps. And he's on duty till 7 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. 7. So if you wake up 7:15, just wait 15 minutes before you come and disturb your mummy and your daddy. In fact, I think he's coming on duty now. Stay on the bed, stay on... get out of it, you... Stay on the... Pass me Mr. Tiddles. Get out of it. Stay on the bed, stay on the bed. Good night. Some people say that's not ideal parenting, but I think it's better than the alternative, which is to tell the truth, isn't it? So they say, Daddy, are there monsters under the bed? You say, nah, there's no monsters under the bed, don't be silly. Because then they'll say, are there monsters outside? And if you tell the truth, you have to go, well, yeah, there are, but don't look like monsters, no. Look like ordinary men and women. A bit like your mummy and your daddy, actually. But they're capable of terrible things. Anyway, good night. If there's anyone from social services, I don't do that. You know? Anyway, so I'm in this bike shop, and I don't know how else to bring it up, really. 'Cause I had my bike stolen, and as anyone here who's had their bike stolen will know, there's no chance of you getting the bike back or anyone getting punished for it. We've got a very laid-back attitude towards bike theft in this country, haven't we? We treat it a bit like they do cannabis in Amsterdam. I'm sure there's guidebooks to Britain which go, hey, come to Britain, they love it if you steal their bikes. Those crazy Brits love nothing better than you ride off with their brand new bike. Come to the British Bike Stealing Festival and ride off with their brand new bikes. Because I regularly see fellas riding on, they've got one bike and they're holding another bike, which they've obviously just nicked. But people just go, oh look, he's nicked a bike, yeah. Like it's an old pastime, yeah? Unless he has such a vivid relationship with his imaginary friend, he bought it a bike. I don't know. So anyway, I'm in the bike shop, right, and I was attracted towards this lady's bike, you know. I thought I quite liked it, you know, like that, because I like the step through, you know, when you do that, I quite like that. You know? But the guy in the bike shop was going, yeah, but it's a lady's bike, you should get this hybrid multi-terrain thing. And I'm going, yeah, but this is nice, isn't it? You put that, and the saddle's lots of room on the saddle, isn't there? And you can put all your stuff in that basket thing there. It's a brilliant bike. And you're going, yes, but it's a lady's bike. It really pissed me off. I didn't buy a bike in the end, you know. And I can understand if I went to Marks and Spencer's for a vest, came out in a basque, you know, have a word. So I've been using the rental bikes. You know, the rental bikes they've got all over London. They're brilliant, those rental bikes, you know. The only problem is I refuse to call them Boris bikes. I refuse to call it. So I go to someone's house and they say, how'd you get it? I said, I came on one of the rental bikes. I said, Boris bikes. I said, no, I don't call them that. And it's just tense, because I don't see why he gets the credit for something he had nothing to do with, you know. It's just happened to happen on his watch, you know. He doesn't take the credit for other things, does he? They're not called the Boris riots, are they? He didn't know there was anybody in London in August. Why aren't they all in Tuscany? I'll call them Boris bikes when I can park one on his fat arse, like that. And I'm not a fan of Boris. I'll tell you why, because he's one of those people who's brilliant on television, but you don't really know what he's capable of. You know, I find him quite a sinister, scary man, because he doesn't really say what he believes in. I think he's capable of anything. And David Cameron's very similar. He's very good on television. You don't know what he's capable of. And the reason I mention it is the alternative is so piss poor, it's going to be one of those two, isn't it? Because Ed Miliband, there's no way you can have Ed Miliband as Prime Minister. It would be cruel. It would be cruel. To put him on his own in a room with Vladimir Putin would be cruelty. Vladimir Putin would just stick his fingers up his nostrils and start dragging him around. Booting him up the arse. Ed Miliband would get bullied in the night garden. Iggle Piggle just go. And he's such a strange looking man, isn't he? To me he looks like a startled Hawaiian lesbian, doesn't he? You know when you come across one in a clearing, they just... And I think he said it, somebody said it in a speech recently, and I thought it was a very good thing about politics. What they said was, we should all think about what sort of world we want to live in. What sort of world do you want to live in? I think it's a very good question to ask people how to choose. And I started to think more and more about what sort of world do I want to live in, help me choose which political parties to get behind. And I realised, for example, I want to live in a world where George Foreman actually makes those grills. He's in a shed with loads of oxyacetylene, burning stuff, soldering kit. Fella pops his head round the door and goes, George, we need more of them grills. We got an order here for 2,000 grills. You better hurry up, George. George goes, what do you think I'm doing, man? I'm making fucking grills. I'm having problems with a detachable drip tray for easy cleaning. Motherfucker won't clip on right. You finish this goddamn grill, I'm gonna start another one. Sometimes I wish I never had the idea for making grills. Because I make them so damn good. Yeah, that's the world. I want to live in a world where if you put your name to something, it's because you made it. David Beckham has to make the pants that he sells in his name. Imagine if you were wearing a pair of pants made by David Beckham. Yeah? Actually, they'd probably just have one hole for the leg and you'd be walking around like that. Yeah, they've got these new Beckham pants. What do you reckon? They're pretty... I look pretty cool in them, I think. You know? Sort of world I want to live in. I want to live in a world, this is really actually personal to me, I want to live in a world where a doctor doesn't need to get a long fibre optic cable with another cable attached to it, which they don't tell you about, 2 cables, doesn't need to get 2 cables and force them down your tiny little dry pee hole into your bladder just to tell you everything's all right. Doesn't need to get 2 cables and force them down, deep down inside you. You know, you think about all the medical advancements that have been made, great leaps in medical science, and we're still sticking cables down a man's penis, you know? Incredible leaps have been made, but on that area, nah, that's fine, just stick cables down there. You know, they wouldn't have done that on the deck of the Victory. They were sawing people's legs off, cutting them open, they go, should we stick the cable down them? No, for Christ's sake, that's horrendous. I want them to come up with something less medieval, you know. Probably everyone goes, should we do something about this cable down the cock thing? Nah, it's just men, he's going to do something horrible with his cock anyway, you know, sod it. You know, force 2 cables down what I would never describe as a hole. I would never call that a hole. If you saw that anywhere else, you wouldn't go, there's a hole there. You wouldn't. If you saw it on a bit of skirting board, you wouldn't go, oh, brilliant, we can run the cables through there. That's lovely, that is. That's handy. We'll save on drilling. We'll just get them through there. We'll knock off early. That's not a hole, then. It is a hole. You hold it straight and I'll get it in there. That's a bloody hole, that is. It's not a hole. It's a very deep crack. And in the process, ruin your penis. My penis is ruined. They ruined it. It's not immediately obvious. Over time, you realise, you know. If I go for a piss now, it takes about half a second. It's like emptying a bucket of water. Just. Sorry about that. I do apologise. Normally I use the cubicles, but it was busy. But look what they did to it. Look what they did to it. Look, sorry. You can keep tennis balls up there. You know, it's just it's like a floppy Pringles tube. Another thing, all right. Another thing that bugs me. I want to live in a world where cats respect fencing. They, you know, if dogs were jumping around from garden to garden, you go, sort your bloody dog out. What's going on? Jumped in, ran around the garden, scared the shit out of everyone. You could chain it up. They go, oh, you can't chain a cat up. Yes, you can. You can chain anything up. You get it and you put a chain on it. If you can put soap on a rope, you can put a chain on a cat, so I like it. Anyway, you don't need to. I've invented something. Solution, brilliant solution. It's a box. It's a long, narrow box. You put the cat in the box. At the end of the box, there's a hole for the cat's head. At the bottom of the box, there's 4 holes for the cat's legs, like that. And it can enjoy all of your garden. It can enjoy every corner of your garden. And you can paint the box the same colour as the cat, so it's not embarrassed. But as soon as it wants to leave your garden, climb out, it's impeded by the box. And there you've got a solution. Because I'm sick and tired of looking out of my kitchen window and there's a cat staring at me like I'm something dripping off a toilet brush. Just utter contempt on its face. Looks at me like I built my home on an ancient cat burial ground. Like, he has desecrated the resting place of the elders. I don't let them settle. As soon as I see one, literally, whatever I'm doing, as soon as I see one, coffee cup down like that, out the door. But that can be quite awkward, because I could be having a civilised conversation with a neighbour I barely know. Just moved to the area. Yes, no, we'd love to come round for a barbecue. That's very... Yeah, on Tuesday, yes, yeah. Excuse me a minute. Because they don't like that, cats. Cats do not like that. To be honest, most people don't. There's very few people who you go, be over in a sec. In fact, I use it in traffic instead of swearing. If someone cuts me up, I don't swear. If someone cuts me up, I just go... Because they're never sure whether they saw that or not. Did I see that one? You really get in their mind, you know? And after you've done it, return to sort of like a cheery smile. Go, get right in there. Yeah. Another thing, right? I want to live in a world where if you're a pop star, pop singer, and you're not a great singer, you haven't got a brilliant singing voice, you don't compensate for it by slowly sticking your ass in my face. Okay? Yeah, never mind about singing. This is much better than any old sing song, isn't it? Look at that. That's what we really came for, didn't we? Look at that. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? You know, singing. Anyone can sing, but we got this. I'm sure there's a mathematical equation you can do between how bad a singer you are and how far you need to stick your arse out. Summer breeze, make me feel fine, floating through the jasmine. Don't listen to this, look at this. If you see the Pussycat Dolls live, the only thing you don't see is the cat. It's like this. There we go, have a look at that. That's lovely, that. Oh, that's what you want to look at. That's nice, isn't it? That's nice, isn't it? Sorry, I got a bit mad then. All I'm saying is, if you can't sing, don't sing. You know, don't sing and try and make up for it with genitals, because to me that's not a trade-off. Imagine you did that with other jobs. The first time you realised the plumber couldn't fix your boiler was when his penis slapped onto the back of your hand. And he's standing next to you with one button undone in his overalls going, sorry, not familiar with that boiler. Let's check the back in. Can't get the pilot light started. So I thought this might compensate for your family's lack of hot water. Cab driver turns around and goes, we're lost. Another thing, right, also, I want to live in a world where you're not allowed to advertise to children. No advertising to kids. It's not on. People come into my home uninvited through the medium of television and they wave shiny shit in my kids' faces, right? And it's not fair. We can defend ourselves against advertising. We can make judgments, choices and decisions. Children can't do that. They can't do that because they're fucking idiots. They're morons. They're thick as pig shit. If you put a picture of Shrek on a bag of gravel, they want it. Big hammock of snot hanging under their chin. If all advertising was door-to-door, if you could only advertise door-to-door, you wouldn't tolerate it. If someone knocked on your door, you open the door and went, can I speak to your 7-year-old daughter, please? Bring her out. And he bends down, ignores you, and goes, look, it's a My Pretty Polly Pocket mini vanity valise set. And that spins round, that opens up, there's messages in there, and you click characters and play with your friends and like that. After a while, you go, fuck off. Sorry, Daddy said it again, isn't he? Still, you hear it at school soon enough. Or they will. Because you never think you're the source, do you? Yeah, it'd be great if all advertising was done door-to-door. I'd love that, especially when celebrities did adverts. That'd be great, wouldn't it? Be walking across your hallway, the letterbox would flip open, and you'd hear a voice going, hello, it's Sir Chris Hoy here. Before I go cycling, I like a bowl of bran flakes. Oh, Christ. Hello! Sir Chris Hoy here. Before I go cycling, I like a bowl of bran flakes. Oh, kill me now. And he'd bump into other celebrities on the street. Oh, hello, Kira. Hello, Chris. Hi, it's Keira Knightley here from the films. Yes, I didn't think I needed the money either. Anyway, I'm wearing a really tight catsuit, and when I walk away, I'd like you to look at my arse and think about Coco Chanel. Yeah.
It's really subtle. It's my arse and perfume.
Oh, who's this? Hello, Ray. Hello, Kira.
It's Ray Winstone here. Put a bet on, you slag! There's loads of markets in play now.
Oh, who's that coming along the street? Oh, it's David Beckham.
Hello, Ray. Man of 1,000 voices.
Hello, David Beckham here. Everything under the sun. All of it. Hats, flannels, spanners, trousers, motorbikes. Just buy shit, all right?
Thank you. So as you can see, it's quite difficult for me to find a political party to suit all my needs, you know? Because sometimes I can be left-wing and other times I'm quite right-wing. You know, like people talk about all the stuff we get from America. I always think, why don't we get the decent stuff from America, like guns or the death penalty? Right? Not for murder, but definitely bike theft. Sort that out. No, there's already a debate in society about whether they should chemically castrate paedophiles. I've gone way over the line on this one. I'm into liquidising them, you know? You know that empty plinth on Trafalgar Square? Put a massive liquidiser on there, like 40 foot high, huge liquidiser. What a brilliant way to start the weekend. It's 5 o'clock, it's Friday, let's liquidise a pedo. And everyone goes, they go, "Ooh." It may twist the other way, I'm just saying. Everyone goes, and there's a big party atmosphere. It's Friday, and people are playing, bands are playing music. People selling food, there's protesters there. No, it's an audience. And it'd be like the Christmas lights. Whoever's number one that week gets to press the button. So this week, liquidises the pedos, it's Maroon 5. Yeah. I love those guys. And at the start, there'd just be a man standing there, his glasses on, and obviously his spattered trousers, like that. And within a second, he's just like a green soup, like that. He goes, way! And it'd be a bit like the London Eye, you know, loads of cities have got them now. You know, it'd be all over the country, every Friday, everyone's going, boo! And of course, eventually we'd run out, wouldn't we? Which would be a difficult moment. Everyone would pile into Trafalgar Square going, hey, come on, we're going to let them go. We haven't got any, we've run out. Oh, you're kidding, you're joking. I was looking forward to that. I got a friend over from Holland, really wanted to see it. No, we've run out, haven't got any. Oh, God, Jesus. He looks like one. He does. Look at him, look at his glasses. Get him in there, get him in, get him in, get him in. Or we could have to import them from China. How many pedo you want? How many you got, mate? We can't get enough. We love them, just send them over. And they'll come over in those container ships, you know? And they'll open the container at Southampton and they'll all come out blinking like pit ponies, like this. Where's the kids? You said there'd be kids. Where's the kids? Straight into the liquidizer. Hey, back on. And you may call me a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. Thank you very much. You've been a fantastic crowd. Great pleasure. Thank you. I just thought we needed a little palate cleanser after that last bit. I thought there's a few people out there, I don't think they've managed to visualise it properly, so... Lovely feeling that. Oh, at last I got it on. I noticed a few people taking pictures. Can I make a request? Please don't take pictures. Firstly, why? I could understand if you were walking through the woods and you saw me through the trees. But, you know, people take pictures, they end up out there on Twitter. I'd like it to be our little secret. It's our little secret. I don't want to spoil the surprise for other people, you know? Because this is one of those jokes, you know, I don't want to come out one night and everyone goes, oh, it's that bit, I've heard about that, yeah. This is one of those jokes, if it doesn't work, it's quite difficult to move on from. Anyway, never mind about that. So, what's been going on? But as you can see, the logistical problems are just, you know, the eating, you know, just you lie down, like both of you. Yum, 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 yum. And if the horse doesn't like what you're eating, you know, if you've arranged for a burger to be laid down there, it can rebel, can't it? Go, oh, don't eat that, oh. All right, I admit it's a knob gag. I started here, worked backwards. Thought, I want to be on stage, massive knob, waving it around. How do I do that? In fact, it doesn't look like a knob, does it? It looks like I'm being molested by an old lady, doesn't it? Sean, I love all your shows. You know those old ladies who let their hair down at night? I'm like a young girl again. You know, when I started in this business, I had many hopes and dreams and aspirations. Didn't see this coming at all. But, you know, it's nightmares, you know, look, trying to get up. Fighting off wolves, get off me, like that. Anyway, I'll road up. Oh, by the way, if anyone's been affected by any issues raised in this, there's a number you can phone. It'd be like quite a good Channel 4 documentary, wouldn't it? The boy who was a reverse centaur. But before I go, I'd just like to thank my wife, because I don't know what it was that I said that made her buy me this for Christmas, but